Hello, hello, Fambuluna. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner you want to find yourself. Welcome to another edition of How the Go Inside the Republic live on Facebook and YouTube from Sierra Media, your channel where they bring you live story, authentic news, and allow you for share your opinion. We're glad you forget to again today. And now both platforms, and we encourage you now for please share and subscribe if you join me for the first time. Welcome, and of course for we repeat viewers them and followers and supporters, we appreciate you now always because without you now we not go get program. So we're glad you wanna do with you again today, and hope so now they enjoy the holidays. Christmas don't pass, Boxing Day don't pass. We dey run down now, just then at the corner, the peep by God in power for see the year 2024. So welcome on our live and hope say, we all go live well for see the new year. And we not go end the year without doing a program. We've been get for skip the pre-Christmas program because we know say people have been busy, and a jolly time. So we don't want to distract people with hardcore stuff. So now be enjoyment period. And this year we not plan proper Christmas don't come program like we did the last time. So we're happy to be here again today. And I welcome T-Boy for say I do to fumble them and tell me what you expect for today's program. Hopefully, we will get Femi Sef for join we live, but that's not confirmed, but there's a likelihood he will join us. T-Boy, welcome to today's How the Go program live on Facebook and YouTube.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to another edition of Sierra Media live on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to the Thursday edition when How the Go inside the Republic. The Republic warm, the hot, the cold, the mild. But guess what? At the Republic, therefore still did it. And I still don't do this so. They did it bet. Then get one what the way I didn't do just so. You allow me body word, allow me body word. Bang ba udi body na the bang ba udi one. Juma, you feel me?
I feel you. So ways you don't at the Republic, so all the body day.
With all the body, bang ba udi one safe too. Not up hypo.
And not to be a yard safe.
Not to be a yard. Who wants to?
Bang ba udi. So all man they see.
It's all man they see. But the Limban man they call him Bondo Kali and a back.
Boni Kali.
No, not to Boni Kali. They say Bondo Kali and a the back one.
I
like you not agree.
By force.
The miniman get paupa. And the timely man gets which one?
Me no, tell me now. You don't begin.
Now they so. The timely man gets a why your side.
Waiting the flama.
The flama. The flama get I don't want to talk about it now. Making not on Pacos Juma. I can't give me trouble.
Hey, you go talk now. You don't start. Wait, you don't start. And so family on a old T-Boy talk. If you not talk, what's in the full then see.
The full man say, my, Ari go.
No, not to that.
That's what I need.
Yeah, the one way usually all possible even not to full away sabi. We see full man don't sit down the way see mean.
Benani.
No.
Who's that again? I so to God if Kowakile. Oh yeah, Kowakile. Yes. Now the actual
Kowakile. Kowakile go. That means say no turning back.
No turning back. All right. Yeah. So this now Kowakile.
If you continue for hour, if you continue for persevere.
That's really make you stop, eh?
No.
All right. So we see that hold that cow, then on your why. Then they say Kowakile. That means the cow for go.
Yes.
Agree, they go.
So let's see how the economy then say.
You are can't give me problem now.
No, make a shame.
Well, today you go shame. If you don't ever shame that, today they be the first day you shame.
Well, the end of the year, now they can't put people and shame. So Femi been telling me say you know sabi talk on, but I deny him. I even bite with him as well.
Agree. You wanna add for the bites?
You make a bite that last way to cutter, you still
I can add for the bites. I don't get problem with add for the bites.
You were shame on you.
You man, not can disgrace people outside disgrace not the. Who's how come out disgrace not the day?
You know there.
Right. Don't bring a country, we are big, please.
Well, welcome to today's program. We're glad you join with. Hopefully, like I say, Fambulem, Femi said go join with later. But today's program, you know, is big, is huge. Like we can say, we say end of year 2023, highlights and reviews on Sierra Leone. We know one for just specific on one topic, because there are so many talking points, there's so many highlights, so many things them for review. We pertaining to how the good they go inside the republic. So now that we can discuss today, we get the economy, we get the judiciary, the legal side, we get, you know, government side, we get antomots, you know, the private sector, you know, business people, so many things there. We get agriculture for talk about, so many points that we get travel for talk about, for connect, we get electricity, you know, in a part of infrastructure for talk about, so many things them we can talk about today. And we'll come review these big highlights and, you know, see whether the hope where we been get for 2023, where 2022 been done, we're able for the smile right now, or we hope them in dash and then we can try for make new hopes for the new year. So this is not today's program. Over to you, T-Boy. Rating will be, if we talk about highlight, let's talk about the highlight first, then we'll begin analyze. With now you top 3 highlights them for 2023 when it comes to Sierra Leone.
To be honest, if you ask for the top 3 highlights, you will be very biased in making that decision. Reason being,
right, just some of you highlights.
Yes, some of my highlight might be a little bit okay than the top 3 highlights of 2023. For me, 2023 is a remarkable year in the history of Sierra Leone because a lot of activities then they will happen inside 2023 we might not ever repeat itself again, except maybe for another 10, 20, or 30 years. Because as you likely know, history only happens twice in places like Sierra Leone because we don't see how things unfold over decades. So we are fortunate, some of us are unfortunate to be present in some of the activities that will happen as alone. We don't create so much headline. In 2023, now one part of the year, then we create a lot of those headlines. And some of the headlines then are the fact say we have 1977 protests, right? No school, no college. We're now one of the most popular protests in Salon. And again, that not repeating itself until after decades and decades. So basically, like I said earlier on, 2023 is a remarkable year. With plenty of things happen at Salon. We might look at it and say, is this something that we should be proud of as Sierra Leoneans? Is this something that we should not be proud of as Sierra Leoneans? So when you look at the whole issue around 2023, some of them jump closely to 2023, some of them are 2022, but 2023 is remarkable. We get another thing we I feel to say happen. We are also another highlight of what's in done they happen, maybe like a decades when the coup d'etat, we they supposedly say happen. That's another highlight of 2023, although at the end of 2023. And again, inside the same 2023, we get a lot of different activities that we unfold. Now the business sector, now the judiciary. Inside 2023, I think so we get a change of the head of the judiciary back again. We're not on something it will be like a repeated history in Sierra Leone as well, because that thing already happen now on a regular basis. So it's not more like history anymore, but it's like a constant ongoing thing. The way under normal circumstances doesn't really happen in the country, possibly like after every 5 years or after every 10 years. They will make those significant amount of changes in certain profession. But only in Sierra Leone, we don't get an issue of using two currency we merge into the 2023. We don't get an issue of having two bank governors inside the same year we overlap. We don't get so many activities that we don't happen inside 2023. Might not repeat itself again, maybe for more decades to come. But again, like I said, as alone, it's in a way very unusual, can be the norms in a very short period of time. So if we go back to 2023 and we look at some of the significant things that will happen, it might be the same, but it might be different for so many different people. It depends on how you look at them and how you be able to understand, say, this particular event inside 2023, it means a lot to me because it might have affected me personally as an individual or family-wise or group or organization. It depends on how you look at it.
All right. So before we go into individual topics or issues or activities, if I can ask you as a Sierra Leonean, 2023 meet your expectation?
Are you asking me as an individual or?
As an individual Sierra Leonean.
I think as an individual Sierra Leonean, I think personally, not
to your own personal achievements or what you call them.
Oh.
I talk about on the topic. I don't care about whether you become millionaire in 2023. Not to Dande or not to T-Boy they ask about.
Oh, you mean as a country?
As a country.
No.
Sierra Leone meet your expectation in 2023?
Well, Salon not meets me expectation in any form. Political, economical, social, and otherwise. None. Because when I say political...
Nothing at all.
Eh?
Nothing?
Well, you ask me, they give me opinion, you still ask me nothing. I don't tell you say nothing from all aspects. Political, social, economical, what? All angles. Okay, let us highlight the one I don't highlight. So social. There hasn't been any social activities in Sierra Leone that happen for the past year, 2023. Nothing happens. On an official basis, we did not see, heard, or witness any entertainment launch of any sort, either by an artist, by a group, by anybody. And that's not one thing where...
Miss University.
Eh?
Miss University.
I say launch.
Okay, sorry.
Artist launch. Because Miss University might sound like an entertainment event, but it isn't. Okay. Although not the same kind of area, they all surround themselves. But when we talk about entertainment in Sierra Leone, primarily talk about the music industry or maybe the film industry, at some point there you can bring fashion and modeling. Because fashion and modeling is always
what you mean when you say there was no launch, no artist launch?
There is no entertainment launching in terms of creating impact in the music industry. Nothing happens musical wise. We've had so many different singles coming out from here to there, but we did not actually see any entertainment launch of an artist of any sort. So basically, I will say to you, in terms of the entertainment industry, it was a letdown. Nothing happens. Economically, we all know how things done rocketed high in terms of price control since 2023, not to just 2023, but it started off like 2021, 22. But inside 2023, it gets to the point where almost 150% increase. And that is very much unusual. So that's economic disaster, again, for 2023 for Sierra Leone. Political disaster, of course, we all know what happened during the elections and all the period before election and post-election is still under 2023. The judiciary, again, the same thing happens. We've seen a lot of unusual arrests, injustice being perpetrated against Sierra Leoneans. We don't see a lot of changes within the judicial system. And of course, of recent, we got a change again in the head of the judiciary way, not to something way unusual within the past 5 years. But again, these are all some of the issues that we have to say Sierra Leone no benefit from. Inside the same 2023, international-wise, we became also another point of discussion with the airports. We get a huge amount of tax increments, we not normal within the sub-region. And we see the changes of drastic rise in taxation of airport tax and other surcharges than we then leave it on passengers flying in and out of Sierra Leone. We also practically unusual. But we see the rise and fall of them, take and put them, pull them. And nothing has been consistent over the past 12 months in Sierra Leone. And I go say that they run right across.
Okay. All right, well, those are big stuff, and we will break them down as we go along. So you're right, to a large extent, so many things happen, in my opinion, in Sierra Leone, but majority of it, paints a grim and a dark picture and a negative picture about Sierra Leone, sadly, you know. And all these issues, I think, are connected one way or the other, because if you get a government, we're supposed to administer the affairs of the country and, not get the mandate of the people as expected. The elections, for example, surrounded with so many questions. And like you said, T-Boy, that one, they give a bad image internationally. And that you cannot blame on one individual or political party. It is the responsibility of government, because governments now they're responsible for manage and make sure, say, elections are conducted in a free, fair, and a peaceful manner, credible and a peaceful manner. So if you have situation like that, then they hamper other things. Then we see, like you stated, we don't see protests then before. We saw the September 11 protest. We saw other protests then before the elections, and people know the protest to say things they go well or side they go right. If, for example, let's say you did in the UK, if you see protests, mostly it's about big issues or a community we care about improving certain things, not about elections. Not about elections or how elections will be run or the election laws them. When time reach for votes, right? They don't tell you, say, this year and I get for vote for local council election, they come. Waiting at your role, then send you now your last known address, then send you information. Say, are you on the ballot? You name day for you qualify for vote, look and confirm if all your details then correct. If you don't move, there is a process society they go, correct their information and they and update them. That's it. You don't get for go fetch nobody, say and get for Kangi, new ID card, and all that kind of crap. So, but 2023 for me, I think, say become a bad year because of what happened the previous years then. So we set a tone for let 2023 now look better for we. And that becomes the question now. What hope do we have for 2024 if 2023 becomes so bad? We will come talk about a few things then. Just now, what T-Boy mentioned. Over taxation, we just see in 2023, new laws the way they don't pass in parliament. We say, therefore, put tax, start with 5% in 2023, then go to in 2024, 10% tax on rice importation. And rice, now we waiting. Now we basic food, basic thing we all want. So rest not been get taxation before. But in 2023, then pass law for lay, then begin put 5% and now going to 10% on rice. What does that mean? Rice already don't dear because of inflation and other things then. Rice they claim to 1 million now, So imagine if they can add tax there. Would it get better or no? So what does 2024 hold for Sierra Leoneans? That's one big thing we'll get for accountable, because Salon, except under doctor's advice, or maybe you seek, but all man as Salon they eat rest. When we talk about all man majority, except out of choice or doctor's advice, now the two things then dandy. Majority of Sierra Leoneans, 99.99999%, so meaning all man, that's alone, they eat rest. You go there, eat bread, you go there, eat other thing, but if for eat rest for the day. So if rest don't can get tax, what happens? For Lano becomes so look like I say, possibly they look at the negative. Some big things have happened in 2023. We not necessarily say they don't at the level we want them, But there are issues and we have to discuss them. Firstly, we'll talk about the gender bill we pass. We give hope to more women than for the, women representation up to 30%. So that bill they don't pass. Although people they still look the document, say enough farm, enough for give them, that kind thing they so with a hope for improvement, but that is one good thing that happened in 2023. We will say the government where they right now, we see they appoint more young people in positions. Salon, the reason I make mention this, Salon people always on the cry, say, oh, we need to get more young people, not to them pardon no more. So we don't get more young people. But we are yet to find out the impact whether they don't create or whether they create, is it in the interest of Sierra Leoneans or not? So, but again, it's a big thing. We get a new terminal where some people they call airport, but at what cost?
So are you highlighting some of the good?
Yeah. They try to highlight some of the good.
How you they make the assessments of things they as good things? Because I want for
how
comment into a few of the things that maybe they say earlier on, but I just want to make it done.
Yeah, and the reason why I highlight them as good things. One, we not been get a defined gender bill before now. There has been talks about it. There's been process for develop a gender bill for make sure say we get more women representation. It wasn't clear before, but now we don't get a bill we don't pass. We give 30% quota to women them. But whether that bill they enough for make sure say we confirm that representation is another thing, but it's a big thing. Now something where people let me don't cry about. The demographic always don't cry, say, we know Tibo, your lights don't go down. Can you turn it on again, please? Thank you. They cry, say they're not inclusive, we're not fair with them. So because of that, we have to make sure we praise that. Young people always don't they cry, say, oh, now old party no more than they occupy government positions and all that. We may not believe because some of the old party will get now, so now be young man, they will grow into their position than they over the years. Because the likes of Abbas Bundu them, they're not appointed away, we not begin serve in a government or public office, we all. They begin serve at a young age and all of that. So over time, they gain experience and feel, say, I always they make reference to Abbas Bundu because, he was once a young man, will go through. You understand what I mean? So we don't get a new crop of young people then, where they're in our government positions, where they're closer to the corridors of power. But the question is it age that will solve the problem for Sierra Leone or determine your output, or now your will and your interest and your experience? Because I believe no matter whether you're young, old, woman, man, if you not get the desire and the interest for serving serve the people of Sierra Leone, you will not serve. Occupying the position is one thing. Serving is another. So, but again, it's still a good thing that we see young people. So more young people will believe, say, they're being capable for serve at some point. So if you ask a question, that's what I'll respond to. Other things that I will touch on, but as you say, you have for report with your talk about. Right.
Yeah, on those two accounts of the representation of young people in governance or in public offices, yes, it's relevant, it makes sense, but we need to look at the entry level of how then they make this appointment. That's one. And two, secondly, we also have to look at bringing in people who understand the culture, the concepts, governance system in Sierra Leone, and also help as well. Because to be honest to you, when we talk about introducing young people into governance, introducing young people into governance or put them into position of trust in Sierra Leone, we always they look down on the possible Sierra Leoneans then where they live in Sierra Leone, because they know the culture, they know the system, they know how things work. They're not new to those patterns of how operations are executed in Sierra Leone. And bringing in people that are young, thinking they will solve the problem, most of them are not based in Sierra Leone. And that is not just the reason. There is no need to create a 30% quota of getting women into government positions where 80% of them position in the now privileged positions, then where they go to only privileged few. It doesn't make sense to me, because what's the reason behind having a quota system that will encourage younger people or women to occupy public offices when they still have this huge amount of segregation of how the recruitment process is happening? So to me, when it comes to gender, I am a bit not cautious. Honestly speaking, we have capable young Sierra Leonean women where they inside Sierra Leone, we're able to occupy positions of trust, but they have their own reservation of not being part of it because of the major elements of voting they make. We not get women in a certain position, which is sexual harassment. And that is like a norm in the society in Sierra Leone. You can hardly see a young progressive woman rose from the ranks of zero to something without any form of sexual harassment. It's always a begging for something, for something, for something. So that's, to me, not justify the 30%. So it might be a legitimate bill that they might have passed in Parliament, but the effectiveness of that bill, to me, is still zero, because in order they actually do the thing where it's supposed to do, to have an open plan policy where recruitment is based on credibility, efficiency, and delivery. So that, to me, is still questionable. And then when it comes to getting young people involved in position of trust or getting involved in governance and all that stuff, then I have a huge reservation, huge one, because to me, if you are within the age of 20, 25, I'm not saying you're not capable, I'm just assuming, and I'm just saying this out of experience. And people who have possibly gone through the ranks of administration, whether as a staff or an admin officer or an executive officer in an environment of a workplace, be it business, private entity, or NGOs, has some amount of experience within 5 to 10 years. And when you're running a self-initiated project, does not mean you have administrative experience. It's a total different entity. If you own a business, does not necessarily mean you have administrative skills. But if you don't go into any business that has to do with management, that has to do with structure, yes, you might have an experience, maybe if you don't do it for 5, 10 years, because say there are certain protocols. If you don't apply none of your discipline as a career path that you choose in an environment for the past 5 years of your life, you will not have an easy open door administrative structure for execute that particular industry. So what thing we don't see over the years, now younger people are coming into position of trust, but don't have the experience, hasn't managed any kind of structural institution that has discipline or that has process. And again, when young people occupy position of trust, they still have that element of youthfulness in them where they gear them towards a lot of challenges they within they face. One, sometimes if you know to be womanizer where you know get money, where you not get position of trust, you become a super womanizer. If you always don't like luxurious cars, you don't have the money to buy those luxurious cars, and you can't into a position of trust, you want for buying luxurious cars, then you might have the tendency to have not one, not two, not three, not four, but multiple girlfriends alongside you. You might have the tendency to shop in places that you've always wanted to shop to, but you don't have the opportunity. So bringing in young people into administrative structure where they get exposed to finance without any proper form of regulation of how those finances are disbursed into various different departments in that particular sector is a risk, high risk. So what will they get? Now, young people abusing their resources and taking advantage of their resources or taking advantage of their position of trust in Sierra Leone specifically. And then they say this because I want like somebody else, oh, you're jealous or this or that. No. I have lived in Sierra Leone. I have worked in Sierra Leone. And I don't see people the way I know personally, professionally, that's where zero. And when they get to the stage of actually making a little bit amount of money, not even much, just a little bit, when they start earning the 1, the 2, the 5, the 10 million leones, possibly every month, their lifestyle is totally different. And let us go back to the reverse psychology. If you actually recruit an older person, which I prefer, somebody with the old 60, 70 years, and I will tell you the reason why I prefer that. A 65, 55, 60 to 70-year-old man not gets too much anxiety behind things that are happening around him. Don't live in life. Sometimes possibly you don't want to go back and reverse that psychology of what I haven't done when I was in my teens, my 30s, my 40s. You know, we'll get past 5 or 6 peki today, if I could say. Because at the end of the day, he hasn't got the energy, he hasn't got the time, he hasn't got the resources. But he don't already make a family at that age. If not possible get respect, you're not going for disrespect himself to the level at which you might not expect him to. Yes, right. Then gets foolish big money. But so in terms of what you're saying, I'm just making this scenario because to me, the gender thing makes sense. But is it actually what is happening in terms of recruitment? The age thing, as in bringing in young people into government, we all don't see how young people do not abuse office of power within the past 10 years. And it is of recent 5 years, it's even worse. So I have a reservation. Bringing in young people into administration, yes, but they should have at least a minimum of 5 to 10 years experience. And how do you accumulate 5 or 10 years experience? You will cease to become a younger person straight away. But if you understudy that young person with a senior citizen, possibly in their 50s or 60s or 70s, they have the tendency to learn some of the disciplines. And then they will be able to take over offices within 5 years' time because they don't get the experience already where they don't understudy with somebody. That is what happens in all institutions all over the world. They call them junior managers, junior doctors, junior executive officers, because you get for study under somebody for make you able to take up the office day. If you can just get up and take the office from scratch, it means you already have that experience, even at either at an early age, maybe in your teens to 20s, you might be running maybe an institution owned by your parents, but you don't get that discipline of managerial structures. If you watch, I will be specific, say, okay, the Fullers or the traders, then we possibly they sell hawkers, them hard hawkers. Well, I say hawkers, probably they sell skits. Then picking them very skilled because then they learn in it at that early age how to manage the business, how to run the business. So when they get to their 10, 20, they're not experienced. They can run that business and without them paying themselves because they don't get that experience for 10 years since they were younger. So to me, those are my reservations on some of the good things that you possibly don't highlight for 2023 as the good things that you can highlight. Of course, the airport, we all know what the cost we now. We go camp and so yes, it might sound like it is good.
So before we go to other one, I see somebody by the name of Simba Cole, not a challenge, which they say, but gets in your opinion, we say, to a degree, you are right about being exposed to power at a young age. However, these older men in power have 2 to 4 cars, houses, and multiple wives.
Again, like I say, we don't physically have evidence of that. But what they say is, yes, they might have two.
Challenge say you don't physically have evidence of the young people having.
No, I do.
Okay. All right.
But I will tell you that there are physical evidence of the older people. Maybe you go don't marry one because I say then go don't be existing married people already. They're not married. They're not born picking. So they of course they do have a wife. Mm-hmm. And they will not be able to have multiple wives. But they are already married. So that they limit them for get multiple wives because go marry second woman.
But they're capable for get sweetheart.
Well, now make I say you go get one pekito at least sometime. You go get one woman where you go say this now you sweetheart, where you don't stress now you go maybe chill out. But the sweetheart self not go be somebody where you go 20, 30 or 40 years older than. It could be another responsible woman, maybe in their late 30s or early 40s. But if you go find an extremely young girl, instead of no for saying in time and money no more in the waste. And guess what? Then be full sugar daddy. Not in a salon again.
They all don't die.
They all don't die. Now, if you know say you want to try anybody if it is not be full sugar daddy. Now you yourself say, maybe now you go think and say, no, I rest my case. Because the amount
I don't know where to go and flaunt all thing out here and make all this papi show. Like I will see the press secretary them be the fit for
Can you imagine? And again, now what thing we able to see with naked eyes, the worst is happening behind the scenes that we don't know. Right. You know how many young people are not as way possibly they build couple of houses them for girlfriends? Come on, please. Not to just one. You know how many members of parliament they were? Okay, look, I not say how many. 2018, I will possibly call more than 10 members of parliament that I physically, me and you, Juma, not to lie with the lie, we physically supported. Financially, morally, everyhow, I will name 10. But are they in the same position that they were since 2018? No. Most of them have taken parliamentarian seats as members of parliament. Now they drive big cars. Their lifestyle has changed. Their lifestyles have changed. Some of them have 3 homes. Some of them have multiple cars. Some of them have multiple girlfriends. Some of them, they take holidays to Dubai, Turkey, Ghana, which is their new hub. It becomes a norm now. When you cannot afford maybe a proper 3-course meal for your family, do you really think you'll have time to buy a ticket for a girl to go to Ghana and meet up with you there for the weekend? No. Again, if you now older person, you should have that relevant excuse to tell your wife where you're going. You cannot be consistent with that week in, week out. Because you don't have the energy to do so.
Simba don't jab you back. He say, T-boy, stop. You know too well there are physical evidences. How many wives Jess Momo has, Pakaba, now the current caretaker. These old men have 4 to 6 children. That means they need more power and money to maintain. T-boy, I think you're working on a gray area, big bro.
No. They can come back to Simba. Simba, I'll come back to you. Pakaba, it's the secret not being hide. We not say he been married to in West. Not so. Juma, what have been West in him?
The late Patricia Kaba.
Thank you. The one who comes in no say in West now. The second woman where Pakaba been get after in West. No other than the
Aisata Jabi Kaba.
What age gap do we have? Aisata Jabi Kaba was at the University of Sierra Leone studying. She was now like a grown-up woman.
Right. Just to clarify that.
The 5, 6, 7 picking where Pakaba gets, it was done in his early years.
Yeah, and
when he was a young person.
Right. And not what Salon money he used for support them.
Thank you.
He was successful, established, working for
Thank
the
you.
UN at the time. He retired or come out of the UN before he can be president in Sierra
And
Leone.
that's when they don't money picking the all with in
And
various
they
different
all
wives
grown.
they been get.
And then I've been big man, they now not to be picking.
Okay,
them.
let's go to JS Mama as an example too. Second example, JS
But
Mama was
quickly,
married
before we go to JS Mama first, even with the Pakaba situation, may so rest in peace. IJ Kaba, as we all know, become
Thank you.
after presidency, not so when he was a president.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But again, I like where Simba go to the hierarchy, the top.
Yeah.
You know why? Because with the filter and down now to the currents, if that is exactly where we want to go. And you used to make us say I like Simba in scenario. JS Momo had how many kids? And how old were they before he became the president of Sierra Leone? They were grown-ups. They were big boys and girls now, right? You could get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picky with 4, 5 different women then. Okay. Not so.
And then again, with Jess Momoyon, begin to take care of the way become president. He was already general in the military.
I know, now make I say, beforehand.
In the military, before he became president of Sierra Leone.
Okay, so watching at the sky for say Simba, I might not argue your discussion. I mean your opinion. It's true. It's okay. But if we look at the current situation now in Sierra Leone, the tenant way we will get the likes of J.S. Momo, late President Chijan Kaba, may they are both souls rest in peace. They were Sierra Leoneans, then we will be known for say, have made a successful life through their career paths. They did not have any political appointments. They did not use them because they were younger to come into office of power. They rise the ranks from where they were as young people and work hard to get themselves to the level at which they were when they end up to become president of Sierra Leone. They have achieved. We did not talk about the one in way not gets no source of achievement apart from maybe basic education. Yeah, and when you have just basic education, because we've seen how graduates operate in Sierra Leone, they barely have jobs that suit their career path. So what happens? When they have job that suits their career paths, it might elevate them to stage 1 of their career. And some of the ones that are fortunate to not just have jobs according to their career path, but will also be earning huge amounts of money, not necessarily commensurate to their career path. So they have enough disposable income. Anybody who gets beaucoup disposable income way more than in salary is liable to abuse that disposable income, because disposable income is that element of 5 or 10% of your earnings that you might want to use to do something else of a will gesture or give somebody something. Yes. And if your disposable income is 3 times more than your salary, tell me what you did, Uta. You will go for the things that you always wanted to go for.
In a country wherein majority of the people in salary not even reach you money where they buy fuel for the week.
But I remember a minister in Sierra Leone making a statement that a piece of chicken is more expensive than a woman. You know what that means in Sierra Leone?
Very sad statement.
Very sad situation. So now just imagine you have 10 times disposable income than your basic salary in a country where a chicken is even more expensive than women.
That's a sad statement to make.
Very sad statement. And it comes from a reputable individual that calls himself a minister. So these are some of the things we're talking about. So if you go give power to somebody when you know the value or possibly what's not the guy's word? Not deserve that position of trust, you go abuse them.
Well,
you go abuse them to the extent that he thinks he's over the top. Don't say it not happen. Not of us in a secret. Salon a very small place where if you see big tea, they wouldn't know. The one all salon enough for say don't big.
Salon anybody a big millionaire, all man is happy.
Of course.
You know.
As you
Anybody
big so today, all of us say you don't big today. Today now you turn, so now for shine. It's obvious.
Anybody will be lost na salon, you know, because as they pass, you know that get house, then they show you that get house. Then a feminine get house.
Thank you.
So you see that also bad now where they glitter. So outside the lights shine past all the other light. Now Femi host that one this so. Now not even Sabi Femi said. Now that guy in England.
And the money on the gets.
Yeah, media and technical director. Now not even Sabi. They need talk about. Where see Kikajo they can not. In fact, say they can below that also be boy and herself right now.
No, but now serious issue to talk about. But again.
Right. So I understand what they say, and again, like I state, for me, I make ask the question: is it enough to appoint people just because of their age, or the 30% quota for on gender issue enough for solve the problem in Sierra Leone? It's a highlight, it's a positive thing where we don't see more, but how has that impacted? In 2023, and waiting that they will bring hope for Sierra Leoneans in 2024. The question now we already discussed, so So let's go to other issues where you mentioned just now. Before we go, Anna, we don't talk about young people. Let's look at the reverse side of young people where Somebody they crack you up, eh?
No, now Simba say our Femi young campaign this talk.
If Femi want defend this, let come. Me, I don't
come.
Yes.
Go on, Juma.
Why? I don't talk say that house being Bobo 90 pounds right now. They get out and the other house will build 9 light, 90 shine pass all the light. Even way blackout day, December 25th, Femi house get light and not to generator. So you need for explain to we how we host 9 no more get light, we not to generator, not to solar, but host they shine with lights, all those they around get blackout, So going back to young people, another big issue, sadly enough, is the issue of drugs.
Oh yeah.
Kush and all the other drugs then. That's one big thing where it not starts, like I said, 2023, but we discuss now because 2022, 2021 preceding years set the tone for things like this continue to happen. So we don't hear about a lot of drug trafficking, a lot of seizures in terms of drug smuggling and all of that. But other than they pay the price, now other than pictures they would see out there, other than videos they would see out there. Now young people, and that is sad. Is that going to change for 2024? That's the big question. Is the government serious about clamping down on the people where they bring drugs into the country, where they manufacture drugs in the country? But I will get for the whole big topic on that because our investigation is ongoing. And we'll get for come up, hopefully in the new year, with some proof of certain things that way they happen. For sure, say government is aware because you have people away either they within the corridors of power, or we directly in at the corridors of power, or we related to people in the corridors of power, we involved in all this drug issue. But we'll come there. But that's another big one. We're sad for the country. Yeah. So what's another positive highlight for you? Anything come up?
For 2023? For 2023?
Yeah, for 2023 in Sierra Leone, yeah.
You mean like a positive highlight? Yeah, we'll get new currency way flow.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so we get the new Leon. Of course, that's another thing, but Dande, I don't even know how for start with Dande because the bank governor then be promised we say by the end of 2022 the old currency go left for circulate. But then he push he said March. Up to this moment, the new currency and the old currency still they circulate. But the new bank governor don't tell we say hopefully the old currency get for left for the in circulation after December. So it's yet to be seen. We will see what in the happen next year. And also you go lose your money, he say the old currency go left for circulate. So one
yeah,
for
but then get timeline where you will lose the money. So even though you not say so, but you get a timeline.
Yeah, but at least one thing about the new bank governor, I'm going to be biased here, so is someone that we grew up together. Again, it come back to the point where you talk earlier, T-Boy, giving young people positions of trust. So the bank governor now worked at the Bank of England as a young man for a long period of time before then send him on secondment to Sierra Leone. And he work in other African countries and or provide consultancy services for other African countries then before he goes salon. When he goes salon, he not automatically become deputy bank governor or bank governor. He go there as a technical expert, at the Bank of Sierra Leone. He work, behind the scenes a lot until during APC term, then bring and come in as deputy bank governor. So he served there, and now he don't care. If you listen intonation, the way how they talk, the way they do things, from going to get a teacher, somebody not be teacher na university, and can bank governor. You see all the joblo jabla the way we dey pa. This not old power. So you see, age no matter based on what T-Boy be they say. It's about experience. You live in the office. This not old man, but he was just a teacher. Theory they teach. This person practically don't work na international bank. Then he don't work na the Bank of Sierra Leone for over 10 years before he become deputy. So now he's in a better position. Do you understand? For able for look at things if the government allow them for lay advise them and guide them. So if you listen to a statement, T-Boy, he not tell you say them not get for rich where the money no go there, where you not go lose your money. But it encourage whether before you threaten people like the last one do. What in the last one do? Not threatening, but threatening people there. If you not carry money, go so, we'll do so. If you not carry money, go so, we'll do that one day. Because they threaten people. So all man see do only own. They can't tell we say him bribe $68 million for law able to get money inside, we'll let people and bring and come. You don't go $68 million. If you put $68 million into the Sierra Leone economy, do you know how much problem that will solve? But you use them, you say you bribe. Who that you bribe with $68 million? So now you get this one, this new one, we don't can't tell we say, it not mean say you go lose your money, but the old currency they go out of circulation. So that means they will get new money out. Now then go they dispense. Now then go they issue out. Now then go they do remittances with. Now then go they do transactions with. Where you can go the old money, then keep her inside it. Then not they release them again. You understand? I mean, say them phase them out into the system over time. If they don't get substantial amounts up to next year, they will tell you, say, okay, well, within this period to this period, if you know, say you get any old money, now for make sure, say you bring a kind of bank, we'll go change them for you. But when you go to market, person no take kind of you earn. Because you then tell the people they begin make choice now, say, man, I need to take the old money, now new money, no matter they take. We've had situations like that before in Sierra Leone. We then change currency. First they say, no, I don't want the old money. Now the new one I want. Up to the dollar, no, so when you go dollar na tongue or go change, then they look at them. If it pass certain year, or if they, if don't they below certain year, they will say, no, they are an old one. And one of two things they happen. One, either they not change them or then give you less for your money. So that they don't make you trigger. Now you might say next time when you they go salon, now the new dollar notes now you want, where they within certain period. So not a person force you. The system don't create itself by default, not for accept the old one again. Yes, if you go to a bank, you go change the old one, they not get issue with you. But now the circulation transaction, nobody not take that risk. So back to what you be say earlier about experience and stuff like that. So yeah, we get two currency now. My own assignment now for land that new money because I still not able. I'm not even encourage the conversation self. Where the person as you begin tell me about say 1,000 new money, and they ask you almost in old money. Now then they ask you for because I'm able to understand it. The the new and the old. See, but I don't know if you've been the master. I'm old bingo salon.
I don't smoke. I don't even know say what's not the what they say. This is not 5 leons. To be honest, I just go back to the 80s.
Exactly. Right.
I just go back to the 80s because how can I go back to the 80s when we are now in 2023?
Right.
I don't get the logic. So as far as me concerned, I'm still struggling to actually identify what is what. I'm not able for take in say the new 100 leons now 1,000 leons. I'm not sure. Or the new 50 leons now 5,000 leons. I'm not sure. 500. I'm not sure. I don't even know what's the denomination and the value compared to the old and the new. So when I get the new leons, I don't even know what it is. So I actually go for the old leon because I'm sabi. Sometimes you go say it's old fashioned, but most of the younger generation now they refer to now 100 leon, now 50 leons, now 20. I'm like, what are you talking about? But for make a quick reference to Simba, the past bank governor, yes, not to just old no more say he old, but he doesn't have practical experience of administration. He was an economist. Does not make you a banker.
A bank
Doesn't make you a banker. So your economic analysis.
Economist on paper.
Well, now make it say your economic analysis does not qualify you to become the bank governor of a financial institution of that magnitude. But not just not just me saying that. I witnessed him. Not so then say you say me say. It's referenced on our YouTube program. If you go back to maybe a year ago or a year plus ago, when he came to London, now the African Center for something. He had a lecture there, which is what he's good at. He's a lecturer.
Now SOAS, for Intel and African Studies.
Yes, that I can tell you. He is a lecturer. And when he lectures, you pay attention to what he's saying. But one thing that he said that sticks into my own memory was the fact that I always wanted to change the Sierra Leone denomination.
So you only be one for signature day for bank governor.
And he make it clear. That is what he always want to do for change the notes of the Sierra Leone currency. And guess what? He achieved that successfully. That is why he did not even hesitate to move on to a new life because he don't achieve in goal. And one thing we want to make clear, majority of the appointments them, I will not be, well, it looked like say now I am biased, but I'm not. Majority of the appointment, the way we see in the first term of after 2018 election, now people will always want that position, they for prove a point to Sierra Leoneans, then say they are capable of doing better than what we always heard. But guess what?
Maybe they sit out President Bewe, they say President Bewe, if I be Minister of Internal Affairs, who are go do na so.
So them boastfully put themselves in a position of trust without experience. Age, gender was nothing then, based on their own mouth expression. I can do better. I can do this. Me, I will tell you right now, say, if I go salon and go run the Ministry of Information, I will not give you a turnover of success within a year. Definitely not true. If I say to you, I will go turn over the Ministry of Information within a year, it's a big lie. Because guess what? The first thing where you do when you go into an institution where you know every day, you study the culture of that institution. It takes you time for making you know exactly how that institution they operate. Sometimes it might be a month, 6, 1 year. sometimes even longer. But your personal relationship as an administrator will enable you to understand the culture of that environment, and you'll be able to deal with it in a positive manner. Within 6 months, within a year, you might be able to execute some amounts of changes slowly. But we don't have that in Sierra Leone. A lecturer from America where they actually give below 3 or below 30% of in grading as students review on his capacity as a lecturer, which Insai self-identified and say, yes, they struck him off because of a principle of what sort of economic advice he been give to students, and so make them struck him off the lecturer's register. Now, America, Insai, not to say either, he's talking, yeah. Because in principle, it be one for bringing an ideology of having paperless currency. It is possible. We don't have that mechanism in Sierra Leone for that to operate. We know that even 0% to that mechanism they have. So now, like a white elephant in the room, it could have been impossible a million times.
Only your own theory there be the right now
one for can implement. So basically, it's just theory. So with what thing we are faced with in Sierra Leone, now people are where they occupy position of trust without experience. So that is a question. Secondly, something where they vastly away from their career paths, because I don't want to be specific or direct. I'll give an example. Okay. We current Minister of Finance. Oh no, we previous Minister of Finance. JJ Safa. I don't know his capacity as an accountant or JJ Safa.
Yeah, JJ Safa himself is an economist.
Again, Nameka say I don't know in profession as an accountant or somebody will do accounting or somebody will know about figures. Because
when an economist, you know, being finance is more than just being an accountant. You have to be an economist to be, you know, to deal with policies and stuff like that. So he's an economist, and they do consulting for World Bank projects.
Okay, let's take
World Bank. You know, they work for the World Bank.
Consultancy.
Like consultant, yeah. So let's say if they get projects now, you know, World Bank will put them in as a consultant, economist, and stuff like that. But again, for come to your point where you mentioned earlier, based on this issue, then I one thing where President Bill do, where remember we don't discuss this few times. Where come all might be the labo, he puts the outside and say they're able for deliver. You understand? When they go there, they go bungle up, they mess up. JJ Safa say, you know, in economics, they go turn the country economy around, bring about economics and all that. Then put on a Ministry of Finance. What's happen? From where the price begin go up, you know, ever come down again, take commodity. Yeah? Rado Soare, I've been public relations officer na Ports Authority or, you know, Civil Aviation Authority or wherever they call them. Yeah? Where you can wait and do. They go and put on it. Every day, na 30 they fet with the media, people mix up and box up, take them pull and they 30 day, the media don't die in a salon. You look at who again? The guy where Ibrahim Soare, where been in a Ministry of Health in a procurement office, where Anti-Corruption Commission find the man guilty and say this man not forever, ever occupy any procurement authority, procurement office in Sierra Leone, then ban him. President Bill make him as head of procurement. Wait till we end up begin see when they buy, then they argue on television, say no, not to Prado na Hilux, not to
SUV.
SUV, no, not to new and a brand new second hand. All kind of rubbish we begin see. Now them pull and then crank outside, NRA, you know, take 3 months day. Then Saka come on. Although they say the reason make them Saka now because he get ambition for be president, but then in an intra-party conversation, you know. But just they say President Bill give people the opportunity for develop. Keketoma always they make Kisabi right, they make a press secretary, you know so. We all see the mistake them, the confusion, the way they come inside it. The simple State House website, the enable for manager. You don't get a standard State House website. The man from MIT, he come, they make us a director of within technology and innovation. You know, say na MIT, go get PhD come. Again, wait to see, waiting at one technology thing or innovation way they don't do for government.
3D printer now, the president in office.
There is no 3D printer.
No, there was one there.
No, they brought you a prototype.
Oh, was it a prototype?
It was a prototype 3D printer.
Really?
Yes, I am in the car for you.
Hey, Jim, my left joke, man, please. I don't believe.
Well, tell me in the 3D printer.
I know. He print the president in first cap the way to talk campaign.
So it was a prototype 3D printer and then bring candy. So I only tell me one person where them bring cam, them put some side. We actually and then I know false president bill for that. Although now he please for appoint them, but if you tell me say okay, you able for tote wood, you say okay, yeah, go tote the wood. You know cement you able to go tote the cement. A girl man, let them do their your work them. You know.
No, true. Because again, based on your capacity of what you have said over the years, go make a believe and convince, say maybe you have the tendency to deliver in that area.
Yeah.
So I will not blame him that much. Now, because of the information we gather, without possibly underscoring those people for make sure say then they're the right spots, you just go get them the task and then you not occupy an office space. You are just a consultant managing maybe a small office. Now you can get a huge amount of ministry with the minimum staffing team that ministry then have 500. How can you manage that?
And they begin calling first by the office force, how the office room big.
Can you imagine?
Fridge day, you know, water day. You just they call no more intercom, you call people and me all up and people and say, yes, sir, this guy is a powerful minister. So again, now the same thing, they don't do so. Young people they cry, hey, young people opportunity, and young people opportunity. Now they don't full up the government with young people them. So now deliver now.
Exactly.
So they see the young people they can play. Now Twitter and Facebook and WhatsApp. And the young people let them play.
Thank you.
So
basically, you don't give them a toy where they never get nothing in life.
No. It's just like you take picky and go inside and they sell sweets. What's in the apple inside it?
Well,
all the sweet that they taste. So
they taste off for still get the best choice.
Exactly. They end up come out, they not get one sweet where they come out say this line are the best sweets.
So that's not me concern on bringing in young people. Now me concern on not just neglecting the old people, but also you get to look at the experience based in terms of what you can deliver as a young or old person. It don't necessarily mean to say because you're young enough or recruit you.
Yeah. Even the gender.
But at least get some, and for me the gender is another because okay, let's say 30% quota for women in parliament or in government institutions, or
it's supposed to be in government generally. And me, I really believe say we need for push that because, like you say, you have young, capable ladies in Sierra Leone that can do a better job, but they never had the opportunity because we demand them see, don't they? You know, they intimidate. They'll tell them, say, if we not sleep with you, you understand? You know, go climb up. So that fear they.
But can you imagine somebody want to recruit a girl and he say, oh, come meet me and the possible for give you job na Godrich, for example.
Yeah.
Now, and not even weekday where you go say go meet me in the office, but on a weekend.
Yes.
How can you have a recruitment meeting at Godrich on a Sunday evening?
Now on a net.
Come on.
Now a social place.
So you basically let go there for go get the job.
Right.
And that is like a norm in Sierra Leone. It's a norm.
And again,
so I'm not saying the one they when they rise to the rank, then they do that so. But I've been to an institution where I meet somebody where they had their institution there, and I was really disappointed. Because, like again, when you're talking as an accountant, you should be making certain statements and way na calculation. If you're talking like a lawyer, if you impress me with your big terms and thinking you study law, maybe. If you're talking like a doctor or a scientist, if you use the scientific terms and once in a while in your conversation, this is botanically wrong. Again, what do you mean? You understand? I go begin figure say, okay, are you a media person or are you XYZ? Based on your discussion, you might be in kind of elements of the thing that we do. But I met somebody who possibly they lead an institution of trust in Sierra Leone and enable for express himself in any way whatsoever. And I was supposed to be conducting an interview of that particular office. I had to decline. And the person asked me, but Sibo, why? I bring you car for make you go interview this person. What make you say they decline? I said, to be honest to you, we've just been to get a conversation. And the conversation not relates to nothing of this person in career path. So why do I actually have to sit down and go through this interview? Let's find somebody else.
Somebody on your case today.
Hey, Simba, now you don't see now.
Another old party and they set up their kind meeting, the interview that day.
Simba, I agree and I not agree. Half enough. I agree halfway and I not agree halfway.
Simba, during the SLPP days of President Kaba, may he so rest in peace. Now then they small college begin write V8. So
yes.
But then Simba baby now
No, but Juma, let I tell you the realistic truth of government patterns in Sierra Leone. This is fact.
Now then begin by for there.
No, this is fact.
Yeah, go
anytime where SLPP come in governance, I'm not told just by guess. So this is facts. Look, we just read through the history books. The amount of NGOs then where they exist in Sierra Leone owned by young girls, it they increase like a 60% higher. Why?
I can get for right project.
Thank you.
Hey, see, I don't confirm. Say, I know an issue so bad.
See, I'll never say you know like them poppy there. I mean, when I take guys you them. Now the only way that they are them poppy they bully you.
So the parents then give all the picking a V8 Jeep, but so that they're not be able for fairly Jeep all the time because they're not available. So the picking begin keep the one and now we get for fairly Jeep. Then some of the parents begin now they first begin get them maybe then $30,000-$40,000 for go shop overseas, England, America, this, that. All the big girls then away now then they run things, we get them peggy then now then pardon they now they line them up. But it's true, people.
Juma, yeah. On a very serious note, this is not so then say you say me say.
Not so then say me say they talk so.
No, I know. But I just want to clarify no more. Not so then say you say me say. Over the past 10 years. Anyway, left still. No, continue.
All right. So anyway, let's go back to that topic. While a technical person, gets ready, because I want to show some documents we need for look at. Lord. The airport. So you might want to say that's a big highlight depending on the point of view you look at them. So we don't get new terminal, you understand? But the government they claim say then gets a new airport. Again, that's the gateway, to Freetown, to Sierra Leone, you might want to call it. So government say this is a big achievement where we don't get airports where meet international standards. The question is at what cost? It don't solve the problem where Salone gets in terms of travel or not. So that's the first question we'll get for ask before we come. I will discuss that a little bit before we show these documents. We want to analyze a little. Hey, yes, Almami, thank you so much, T-Boy.
I did it.
You're not doing your job. So apologize to them, please.
I mean, my apologies.
Yes,
but
thank you.
Definitely are they on that case now?
Yes. So do we have any comments and they will stand out first before go to that airport issue day?
Well, yes, we have our regulars, our commentators. Then we regular commentators the way he always did on YouTube. When the man himself, Mr. George Walker, the man next to the Mele. So, and then of course Peter there around as well.
Within a Massy side, you never
Massy side, yeah, Massy side. Peter has been a regular, one of the regulars on YouTube, and always asks questions and always comments. And a question we asked now, whether is there any academic qualification for the position of governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone? I don't know. Maybe there is a criteria for recruitment. You must have fit into one of those two criteria. I don't know what they are anyway. And then Almami say, is only in Sierra Leone where we have many PhD holders in governance, but cannot prove their title. Of course, we don't see the Dominion thing. So basically, we're not surprised of that.
Oh, yeah, Dominion now 2023 happened now 2022.
No, not 2022. 2021, 2022.
Okay.
Then, of course, Mr. Wakadi asked the question. He said, "If Peter want for change in career path."
So it's
he said, "If Peter want for change in career path, trying to become our local version of Eddie Murphy or Chris Rock." That's very interesting. Mr. Waka, by the way, we will start up a new recruiting campaign for like we get those two in the Sierra Leone version. Yeah. We need actors them right now for can act some film though and for actually produce Nasa alone. But definitely the YouTube is up and running and people are making comments, which is very interesting. As usual, we've always been focusing on both sides, but I think I don't come the quick today. I don't watch everything that is happening, but I haven't.
Because I get T-Boy more involved in the conversation today now that make. So before we go to the airport, my wife Marie MC for the viewers that we know, we don't married for 35 years. He say in go salon, one in friend go tell and say get NGO. Now I ask her he say in a NGO. Now I ask her, I say what you mean? But then the party they ask her in buy petrol for an NGO motor car.
Well, that's the norm. Again, like I say, the stunt na salon is more than the reality of what happens. So basically, everybody stunts their lifestyle.
Right. So let's go to airport. We don't see this airport or this terminal where cost with $270 million. And they say we because na salon people get for pay for that for over 30 years or 33 years. Now in this Suma group own that airport before based on the agreement we then get now. The day we left for mutual agreement and all of that, they're able to unscrew all the bolts them and pull all the panels, then pack them and go with them. So, but right now, that's so the airport there. We're all glad. People are glad. Oh, we don't get shiny airport. It better pass the way been there yesterday. This way also don't solve the problem with the international standard. We will begin get more airlines the way they come. We get airport way fit for purpose and all of that kind of thing. But the question, it don't solve the travel problem or it just don't make it worse. And the reason why they ask this, I follow look at how 2023 shape up in terms of travel. Over to you, T-Boy.
But the question is, do we have a travel problem in the first place before this was initiated?
Well, that's the question.
Okay. So if we cannot answer the question whether we did have a travel problem or travel crisis before
because of the airports.
Yeah, because of the airports, then we should not be dwelling on it.
But the argument, the narrative, now so if they don't paint, say we'll not be to get more tourists because of the kind of airport we'll get. Now we will begin get more tourists than for kind inside, more airline than go come inside because we don't get standard one we meet international standard. The airport will be get first now be feke one. So now I make plane they not be the candy past the one they will no more be sabi. So according to the government narrative, making a case why this new terminal, where then they refer to as new airport, come, you know, why make we desire we need for spend $270 million now because of for solve some of them problem. Yeah. So if you ask me now, so government narrative say.
Okay, what was the budget for Mama? You remember again?
330 or 360 million.
So a difference with possibly 60 between 70 to 80 million.
Correct, yes.
Should have given us a brand new airport terminal in XYZZ.
In a new city.
In a new city. Okay, yeah. Let's forget that. The reason I make I want for just bring that in, because I want for look at the comparison of the amount of money being spent on the new terminal and what was supposed to be spent for the Mama airport in new city. But let's go back to the new airport. If we can just go quickly into the situation of the old one. Yeah. Let's say, for example, one for increase the capacity of flights coming to Sierra Leone, right? And make Sierra Leone a destination of tourist attraction because we get a brand new airport where fits the standard. Does that necessarily mean say we for neglect the old one or left the old one for ruin? Because what in our Sea Lake, we've introduced a new system and then we left the old system where been they work effectively well. And we're not able to manage the two together because that could have increased employment. That's 1, 2. That could have increased the capacity of we having 2 terminals, so we don't have to clash with the terminals when we have a busy airport with tourists coming into the country. So the logistics behind shutting down the old one and focusing on the new one, based on the attraction of tourists coming into the country in volumes, no make sense.
Right. And another question I will somebody ask, what attracts tourists to come here, to come to a country, to come to Sierra Leone? Put aside the Sierra Leoneans that come back home.
The first thing that will attract an individual as a tourist to come to a country will be your geographical landscape, the tickets that you're going to buy to come to that particular country, your food, your culture, your historical facts.
Safety, security.
Well, safety, yes, is not 110% because when you say, when I say safety, no, when I say safety is not 110%, because we don't see countries that we're still there at war, they still attract tourists the way they go there for specific reasons. No, okay, I'll give you an example. And
but no country.
I would say Cuba. Cuba has a huge, no,
Cuba
well, internal. Cuba have internal crisis.
They not get internal crisis.
No, they used to have internal crisis.
They do not have internal crisis.
Okay.
Cuba has issue with America, where America sanctioned them. But Cuba as a country, they won. For example, they are self-sufficient when it comes to food. Their education level, they at 90%. This is not world ranking, I tell you so. You understand? They have doctors, like you say, then get more history and things than foresee. Western propaganda portray them for saying a place we're not safe for go because of this not geopolitics. But Cuba does not have an internal conflict at that time or as we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I make that reference there now because yes, security is paramount, but I can still say there are a few countries where
there is no country that will attract tourists because we no country know the way get safety and security risk where they attract tourists. Because the one thing where me personally first the white, me and you, what you will be ready for go salon? Me in a salon person, right? We're ready for go salon. Waiting I be the first thing we care about.
Now security.
Safety and security.
Yeah.
No, so you are indigenous of Sierra Leone. will not care about food or any other thing. Even travel advice from international countries, the first way that they tell you, say, one, this country also, you understand, is not safe. So if you go there at your own risk. That's one. Two, then go tell you, say, there are petty crimes, certain areas, then the way you for avoid. And that is a general advice. How many persons where they go for tourism in Ukraine right now or Russia?
Well, I'm not gonna say you then they attract a huge amount of tourists them, but no. But what I'm gonna say is, it's still not a deter people from traveling to those places.
Well, so Stephen, they back your argument now. So Stephen say Mexico have a bloody war with the drug cartels, but still attack tourists. Areas where are tourist attracted areas, they make sure say it's safe. And then they advise you where you go for avoid certain areas. If you decide for go there at your own risk, then there's certain area where they designate as tourist areas, where then they make sure say they protect. So Stephen, I don't know say they right now, but I'm not too far from Mexico. They will tell you the side where you they go. Okay? Then they obviously like you, but you not get that kind of conflict the way they talk about. So it's made big. Are there drugs issue? Yes. You get drug traffic in there? Yes. Then they do Angbamba within athlete? No. You get people where they fetch other side or where they jog people in back? Definitely yes, like all over the world. We're talking about place where they don't designate, say, safe. Tourists stop going to Sierra Leone when the civil war starts. T-boy, you go be a witness.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
80s up to the early 90s, before NPRC take over, we be a huge tourist attraction at Sierra Leone.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We begin to see that go down from where the war started in 1991 and the NPRC take over in 1992. And then we begin get less tourist attraction or no tourists at all going to Sierra Leone. We don't talk about one way man, two way man going. We talk about tourists where they get ship. They go back now at Taki or government wharf, then come out, they load them in buses and take them to different tourist attraction areas, or then come with plane.
That was the time we used to have Yazbek and Kontiki.
Exactly.
Those tour guides were always available. Exactly. I remember that. But I played a role in those era because that will be the design for Yazbek and Kontiki tours there. I would say some of the table decors them. Yeah, back in those days.
Right. So that day we all know that one day. And so many people benefit from that. Victoria Park became Victoria Park because of tourism. Victoria Park now been football ground and school play area. Not so T-boy and Femi?
Yeah.
It was. That's what it was. So Victoria Park, it begins small, where tourists that they come from that Portuguese step. I don't know how many people say Portuguese step there.
Then sabi the Portuguese step, but not a Portuguese step, then sabi and for.
Well, now in America say they're not sabi Portuguese step. In America they say, how many go sabi Portuguese step.
You are not going to history now, I beg you, not to history class.
That Portuguese step, by the way, now government will have that step where they claim for go side Navy Day.
And then they call whose kind step again?
Who's that?
Long step.
No. Long step there at the other side.
Yeah, no. The same side I call long step.
No.
Hey, paddy man, you will go long step with
long step there behind Fisher Market.
No, you will go long step. Not a long step there behind Fisher Market. So
paddy man, T-boy.
Look where Femi went.
Yeah, Central Mox na the long step there.
Juma, long step.
T-boy.
Not so. Okay.
Uside the mill been there under. Uside the mill been there. Sawmill or whatever mill then call them. Are they long step in there? That step the way they see a Portuguese step then call them. Uside government waffle.
Government waffle step, yes, na Portuguese step. Now the same step then they call long step.
Not so. You. This me. I can't eat you money. I can't eat you money. Is Israel Ojeke Papa they ask go tell me because I am the master historian.
Mr. Israel Papa. No, I don't say Mr. Wakase Bemengo no who say long step there, but also because of them they go there.
Almami said don't tell me say long step is different from government WAF. Thank you, Almami. Thank you.
Almami, how you know say long step different from government WAF? They cannot the one way to go long step. Because we know what's in long step notorious for.
Almami. If you go up na Freetown, you for Sabi, especially central, you for no all area then they. So but just say why make how you call them Victoria Park became because when they come, tourists they wouldn't come out government WAF, then they come up to State House. You know, some they lodge in apartment hotel or then can show in that area. So people with their art and craft where they come out in a big market and other area, they come up na that area there.
By the Sierra grounds.
Vice President's office, parliament and council to people them. So now that make them begin push them go down and say wanna establish Nayaso. Almami say let you tell her what TV the operator long step. Almami I like that.
Almami now can now okay.
You see, even my wife self don't back to me saying that two they tell you so. You know. Anyway, so the argument is now for say when we been get peace now the country. Sierra Leone not been perfect, if them still been there, them be still a jog people and chain the way tourists then go there. The Banese man go they drive na beach and you know so they put them convertible or they pull it na do, then they jog them chain and they hear all na their chest, you know, with some man they wound with enjoy, you know, but that not been stop tourists them for go salon. Then are petty crimes. But they talk about where they don't flag you as a place where not safe becomes a problem. And we don't get this problem from during the war. That flag they still there. And as somebody say, they say they still the flag Sierra Leone as a place where, you know, violent crime they occur.
You call Mr. Papa and Mr. Waka. Mr. Papa say Victoria Park and the playing field are two.
Yes.
The playing field was a burial ground. The park was named because of Queen Victoria.
Okay.
And of course, Mr. Wakase, my brother, if we had a proper strategy to promote our country properly, then tourism will showcase our country and visitors want to come and see the land that we love, Sierra Leone, which is so true. Yeah, but that's not the reference we make. But,
so, yeah, so the point why they try for make, the airport will be get the term there will be they attract tourists, not to even the one will be get during the last APC government.
I mean, the worst self, if I can remember.
Exactly. So that's the point where they make. So the airport will be get them, but that not be stop tourists them for come. Because Salon been peaceful, Salon be get things for show, ticket been cheap, and Salon money being value against the dollar and the pound sterling. The one that we know.
And that's not the bad times of Sierra Leone still, where people they make mention so.
Exactly. You see, so the question where Almami asked or Simba asked if now you know waiting they attract tourists them for come. Now some of the things that we don't mention. So because you want to go somewhere where you feel relaxed, you enjoy, you left good memory and learn new things and commodity. Why make people in the go Kenya? Do you want to tell me that there are no crimes in Kenya? Kenya don't get the worst terrorist attack. Now the wall. But you have high volume of tourists going there because they have system, they have things to see, you understand? And then they make sure so they protect the tourists there. They side away tourists, then they go, then they make sure say those areas are protected. And things then there for people for do and see. So whether you get a good airport or not, no, tourists then still they go. The Gambia, before they build a new airport, you will get droves of tourists going to the Gambia before they build a new airport. And it continue because now that
Gambia will not make the tourists and be the good.
Huh?
Gambia will not make the tourists and be the good.
Okay. Well, left that day for another day. You look at Senegal. Who stands Senegal build a new airport? Now recently.
Yeah.
Then they get high volume of tourists going there. Guinea, why make you get more airlines there to go Guinea? Guinea airport not reach we won't say na only airport too.
No, Guinea, I think it's just the hub, the center of all those connecting countries next to it.
Exactly, because they created a system for attract people and for travel through there and feel safe.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Same in Jamaica. You go to the Caribbean islands and stuff. Some of the airports are small. You go to the Bahamas, the airport's small, but they have things to do. Crime there, yes. Then the thief there, then the jog bag there, yes. But then they advise you how you for protect yourself. But you get high volume of tourists going there. So now come to Salone now. See, boy, this new airport, it don't bring more tourists than come.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me.
Okay. Sometimes we dey misunderstand two things. Who is a tourist?
Right.
Yeah. Because when you say touristic attraction, you have two forms of tourism. You get homeland tourists, and then you have international tourists. Yeah. So you can still have a huge amount of homeland tourism being advertised to Sierra Leoneans, then possibly in the diaspora for bring home maybe their new families or friends to come and see what Sierra Leone looks like. That is when you're marketing to your homeland citizens that are not living in Sierra Leone. You attract them with gestures of what they might come into, new areas then where they don't possibly establish with something you know be done left, or some new kind of resorts with something, then we'll give you a deal where they buy you tickets at various different airlines. But you now get international tourism where you attract. There's a tourist board where una all you go and pitch una new ideas for tourist season this year in a Salone, and then una sell that touristic package there to tour guides then with the outside Sierra Leone, we for put the attraction together to the tourism world. And the tourism world, of course, I attend one this year, and we go and see the difference of how you attract tourists them for coming to your country from various different tour guides then really all over the world. That's now one element. But what are we selling as Sierra Leone, as a country? It's not the airport, because the airport means nothing like world don't say. Yeah. What's in I see the tourist board do this particular year, now the World Tourism Trade Fair we then gets now O2. Now the fact say then go with the same people them, which is not a bad thing, but this time around with different ideas of how the non-sky for puts together a package deal. And some of the questions then we ask highlighted a huge amount of concerns then we I feel to say will deter tourism in Sierra Leone. And themselves have been being aware of that. But then they try for make things a little bit better. I highlight two things. One, security and safety, which again they are working on, and they say yes, it is a concern. This really affects Salone. And then the second thing I ask them now, the fact say cost of airline for flight for go Salone is extremely high. That nearly encourage tourists them for car. Yes, again, they highlight that and then say in the sky for work with government for make sure say they reduce the price for air ticket. But notwithstanding all that, they have an element of tourists then where they come out from different parts of the world where they still come and do their guide tours. So these people are coming to Sierra Leone, even though there are these concerns that were raised by myself and people who were asking questions, but they're still able to attract few tourists the way they come into Sierra Leone for the basic thing they will take for granted. One, we love in culture as the people of Sierra Leone. We are warm, we are kind, we are welcoming, and we're able to interact with foreigners them a bit more than Sierra Leoneans themselves. Two, we culture, as in things they will eat, things they will wear, and how we deal with the cultural artifact they will get around with. And then also establish new areas of touristic attraction. We then talk about birds and different kind of bird species. Then we now Salone then they can meet, and then after a certain period of time, then fly back, go to various different parts of the world, then talk about the hippos that we have, they talk about the elephants that we are also grooming, and then talk about a few more other things they have to say go attract tourists for coming to Sierra Leone. But that is not enough, because again, when you look at some of the concerns raised, are huge concerns. And tour guides then where they all over the world, you know, they take Salone as a major destination because of their concerns then they. If the cost of airline is so cheap and is affordable, people will be able to say, okay, I have a disposable income this year where sometime go allow me for buy an air ticket and get a maybe 3-star hotel in Sierra Leone for a week. I am going to Sierra Leone for 300, 400 pounds. But you cannot afford that because your disposable income is possibly 300 to 400 pounds and you want to have a good holiday. Instead of you going to Sierra Leone will cost you £1,000 plus, we will possibly accumulate to £2,000 or more. You gotta go now neighboring countries, then we something will be Gambia, we will cost you maybe like a £200 from a flight from Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, or Birmingham. And then you get to the hotel for like a week. You did at the beach side, and that include possibly breakfast. You go sort out your dinner later, and you get disposable cash in your pocket for spend around for just a weekend or maybe a week. So you go spend £300 going to Gambia for the weekend and have a lovely time there, and you return back to the UK, wherever you're coming from. But you cannot afford to do that in Sierra Leone. So the amount of disposable income we will get for spend for go salon is not disposable income, is actual income that you might be earning for your possibly
go to debt for
thank you for a possible lifetime. You cannot even afford to take your partner to Sierra Leone for a holiday. You cannot even afford to take your family to Sierra Leone for a holiday. Even if you're a Sierra Leonean, it will cost you £5,000 plus. And that is basically your year's savings in some cases for some people.
Right. So to that point, Leah just mentioned, say the only people going to Sierra Leone now are homeland tourists, and that number is going to drop down considerably.
Well, I will not call them homeland tourists. They are not homeland tourists. They are Sierra Leoneans who are going to Sierra Leone for specific reasons, either for weddings. No, they're not homeland tourists. They are going to Sierra Leone for specific reasons.
In your points, T-boy, hold on. So they say the only people going to Sierra Leone now are homeland tourists, and that number is going to drop down considerably due to all the taxes that the government is trying to impose on the poor Sierra Leonean people. So, so that's one part. And secondly, we don't see a document coming out. But before we can show that document, and myself agree with Leah say, and most of the points that we highlight to T-Boy, because for me, I believe say most tourist destination, they make more money when they're able to get somebody on the ground. So airfare can be cheap, hotel can be cheap, but then the money where they spend every day for survive day or for live day within that 7 days trickles down to everybody. So these are the things that vibrate an economy. So when we talk about choice, some people they misunderstand, say, we know they say people not they go salon, but how you they upscale them at a volume where go create that impact for the country and bring come revenue to the country. Now here we they talk about. So building a new airport or new terminal costing $270 million was not an issue, as T-Boy asked earlier, and somebody else may ask. Was there a problem with the airport? We make tourists they not be they come? Would I don't ever travel go and complain, say I know they go salon again because of the airport. They go complain, say issues around the airport or the systems, maybe theft, you understand, harassment, or we proper system not there. Now that go make them not go, that go frustrate them. Not to the airport, the physical structure of the airport. No, that has not been the issue. We have had more airlines going to Sierra Leone with the old airport than we have now with this new one. We don't get more airlines. We don't pull out and say they're not a go salon again based on the issues the way Leah mentioned. So also taxation. But is it going to get better or worse? Put up this document for we. Let we watch.
Suse Mokugo Japan is very attractive. And again, it's a good idea. So from YouTube, I think you see, these are destinations that we might not even think of, because if as a Sierra Leonean and a Sierra Leonean that lives in Japan, for example, there are okay, we're not Japan to be specific, but China. We now have plenty of Sierra Leoneans going to China. Why? Failing to understand the reason behind it is simple. In Sierra Leone, at the University of Sierra Leone, they study Chinese as a language, as a curriculum.
Right.
So that is an attraction for Sierra Leoneans to say, okay, I want to go leave China. But Sue, I don't know, but sometimes want for recruit new samurai then. So we'll go think of Japan.
Well, let's look at this document,
T-Boy.
No
problem, Juma.
This government of Sierra Leone references MTA, which is Ministry of Transport and Aviation, SLCAA, Sierra Leone Civil Aviation Authority 19-/4. Ministry of Transport and Aviation, 7th floor UE building, Brookfields, Freetown. And the date is actually today, Nami on time. We're in at the 28th of December, 2023. So it's a new document. And I think it's circulating on social media as well. Some people who don't get the opportunity for Siam, some not get the opportunity for Siam yet. We address to the chairperson, Board of Airlines Representative Bar, 30 Shekhar Stevens Street, Access Bank Building, Freetown. Says, dear madam, review of aviation charges. So this is to inform you that the government of Sierra Leone has reached an agreement with FIA, Freetown International Airport Limited, previously Suma Airport Sierra Leone Limited, on the implementation of the building operates transfer BOT regarding the Freetown International Airport. Consequently, the following airport charges are revised and or introduced to be effective on the 1st of March 2024 and beyond, as provided for in the table below. So this is a fresh document, you know, then they send on to the airline operatives them. So the representative then get their own board where they operate. So the charges, 1, passenger service charge per international departing passenger. Present charges na $25. You know that $25 we all might be the grumble for now, so we'll be asked to they pay for. So that $25, the new charge, they can go up to $35. The second one, airport development charge, international departing passenger. The charge was $5. So in 2024, from $5, they increase them by $95. They go to $100 in 2024, then $1 increment every year. Incrementally increases by $1 yearly till the end of the concession period, which is 33 years from now on. The third one, airport safety fee per each international departing passenger. Before there were no charges, but now $65. The fourth one, airport navigation charge per international departing passenger. Before there no be the charge nobody anything, now $20. So in view of the above, you are kindly requested to apply to the International Air Transport Association to effect the changes on item 1 to 4 as indicated in the table above. Now go to the second document, if you can please. So the second page say aviation security charges, which is a $39 per each international departing passenger, remains same and to be collected by FIA. Further, together with FIA Limited, we hereby declare and inform you that the additional aeronautical fees listed in the table in Annex 1, Item 5 to 9 will be applicable and effective the 1st of March 2024. Please be informed that all the aeronautical fees shall be paid in US dollar currency, American dollar, directly to the US bank account, USD bank account of FIA Limited, formerly Suma Group. Please kindly note that this letter supersedes any other correspondence sent on the subject. And the possible sign out now here, JP Levy for the Senior Permanent Secretary, and he copied the Minister of Transportation, Transport and Aviation, the Deputy Minister, the Director General of SLCAA, the Vice President, Suma Airport, the General Manager, and the Country Director. So the other charges that we did say landing charges per each landing international and domestic aircraft up to 8 tons, then they pay 23, now I don't go to 28, 8 to 25 tons per ton, maybe per ton, maybe $3 per ton, but now I don't go to $4.60, 25 to 50 tons, maybe $4, now $4.36, now I don't go to $6.60, 50.01 to 150 tons per ton, now $5 for $5.46, now I don't go to $8.30, then 150.1 to 200 tons per ton, have been $6.35 now and $9.60. Over 200 tons per ton, have been $6.19 now and $9.40. Say parking fee will not be the pay parking fee now $1 ton per hour. Shelter fee will not be the pay nothing now $5 ton per day. Cargo royalty fee, they're not be the pay nothing, but now 0.2 kg. Fuel charge, not be the pay nothing, now 0.1 per liter. So this is the document for reviewers and T-Boy. What do you make of this? Is this going to help to improve travel to Sierra Leone, whether for personnel, for tourism, and so on and so forth? What's your take?
The second document is a bit confusing. I basically don't get some of the tons of charges of whatever it is, but I see comma, not stop for the 6.0.
So now I'll just help quickly with that. So this now charges the way that they charge they say landing charges. That are for the plane the way they come. Understand? So outside them they pay $23 up to 8 tons. Now then they pay $28. And then the 8 to 25 tons per ton, then they charge them $3. So now $4.60. So $4.60 times if not 8 or 25 tons. You understand what I mean? So now that times whatever the amount.
Yeah. And then they see like for say now 4.36 now 6.60. How do you?
I know they focus on Dandy.
No, because it not give the same figure if you put comma and full stop.
No, Paddy, I make I say me and they focus on Dandy. Don't focus on the figures, because if we want focus on what that they mean, we not ever get answer. Because you know say always salon, then give them typographical business then. Whether not for
so is this a typographical error or is just?
I believe it.
Figure?
It is typographical.
Okay. But anyway, like I say, I understand saying that the landing charges per ton. But now let's go to the first document. So basically,
the first increment. We can't get Femi can't join with just no fumble them. But Femi they calculate for we almost new charges or additional charges them. What would they get while T-Boy they talk? We can't go let T-Boy with the talk and calculates at the same time.
So basically, are you saying from?
Not for me they say is the document same?
Okay, look at your face. So basically, the document they say on the table, item number 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a combined charges wherein they give to one passenger? Or
yeah, addition, yes, for one passenger. So that cost that you get for take that cost.
So basically, what in then they say, if I understand them clearly, the new charges there now $35 plus $100, $135 plus $65, that's not $200 plus $20, that's not $220. So does it mean
then go beyond, they get $39 as well?
So that's $159.
The parcel.
No.
I make a calculate.
Okay, $39. So from 20, so $159.
Okay.
So $220 plus 39, now $259. So what in this document they say per passenger?
Right.
We get for the pay $239.
All them wire so then charges here, they add by ticket.
Okay, so I am paying $239 for satisfy all them charges they are so, right?
Correct.
Okay, now my question is simple. One, why am I paying? Here goes Salon Suite.
All right, so let help you. So you say you can buy your ticket, right? Then they tell you the ticket in base rates.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Then they tell you, say, other charges, then calculate them at this amount. Then they put plus tax. So the other charges, then in this way can break down so. So now the question, what do they raise at? Femi, you don't ready for come join we? When you're ready, give me thumbs up, then I'll welcome you. Let's just finish my thoughts now, yeah, quick. So where the question, people be still confused why make salon tickets dear as guinea tickets. You remember what time they say global, no so? So now we don't begin see the aid pan the case. But la engande and all you comments stay Femi come. Femi, welcome. It's been a while, people and on they cry for you. Finally, you are here. We appreciate you and welcome, and we hope say you enjoy your Christmas.
Let me just come off the tongue.
You know, see the mind belly, really.
It counts kind for me.
Yes, see the mind in design herself way. Femi, try send me that closely way. You don't count one for me. Like the design, it's beautiful. Family, when I just bear with you, I will let Femi come into this conversation because we ask him for calculate. Welcome to Femi. You ready for we? Still
Let me count,
me. I hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
All right. I hope the family hear me.
Would they able? Oh, okay. Now don't begin see. You count, Pepe.
Yes, I can. I forgot Pepe you for Ibo Kutsoko Ipan.
Me man, I'm talking about what is getting Pepe man.
So Femi,
you go be the first.
I've been giving assignment just the way you calculate almost now you round up.
But I'm confused like T-boy.
Really?
Because I don't know how you pull it 39 first of all. Now I've been looking for.
39 at the next page.
Okay, the next page. You know this.
Begin calculate for me 35 plus 100.
135.
Plus 65.
Let me still don't calculate for me now.
200.
Plus 20.
220.
Plus 39.
239.
Okay. So then
239.
Yes. Plus 20 plus 39, 239.
259.
250. Yeah, 200, 220, 259. Correct.
Yeah, so 259.
Yes.
That's not why we're able to say we directly connect to passenger.
Correct.
But remember, these other charges that we don't add on landing charges, the airline definitely get for push and to consumers and passengers there, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but that one they will need to focus on that. But let's just focus on that $259.
Okay,
so
259.
Yeah, so your additional charges, the way we know but now based on this document, is additional $259.
Okay.
So what's your take on all these increases in terms of traveling? Will it help to improve travel and tourism to Sierra Leone, or it will just encourage people?
Well, no, really, and not get for help. I mean, things were bad enough as it is without the additional cost. For Go Saloni at, you know, it's a struggle for many things. I want to go back to some of the conversation I've been get earlier on. One of the main reasons why people left for Go Salon, or why airlines left for Go Salon, not so because of even the charges them. Now the infrastructure not been there. You know, plane then the land. If you remember way back, we British Caledonia them in the land at Salon, they mean get a bus service where they pick them from Lunge, cross with them, carry them go na hotel, and then whilst Dandy they happen on the other way back, they may get the other crew where they take over from them, where they fly with the plane go back. So they may get crew when they stay overnight. But the crew they not be happy, and these are inside information. Not be happy, but the way things they mean in a salon, lack of running water, lack of electricity, many other things them where they meet na the hotel the way they stay. So you know say not a customer, they can call them staff get beaucoup power we come to company. So they can't complain. They can't complain, say the way they treat them is not fine. And the airlines asked Sierra Leone for fix up, and we didn't. So these are one of the issues them. So right now, the plane that we the land na Salon, that the same plane they get for the same crew get for takeoff, go back. So that means we can't have a direct flight. So because we not get for get direct flights, the flights get for land other place, when I did the crew they go change over. So all the issues then they cause for me could not get direct flights, so they go through other places them. And when you go through other places them again, you get then safe where you land, let's say you land in Morocco, you get for pay Air Morocco their own landing charges.
Landing charges, yeah.
Then you land at Salon, you get for go pay Salon back their own landing charges. All the one then they put pay tickets, hence why we they pay so much for going our country first and foremost. This not get for help the increase in costs of taxation, because it go dissuade we, as I think say Liabine say, with the how you put them?
Homeland tourists.
Yeah, we homeland tourists them. It go dissuade we for go home. Because so how many of us can afford 2,000 plus pounds or dollars for a holiday, for just the tickets no more, for a week or two? Yeah. If as me paddy say go Spain. If you take 500 pound, you go Spain. If you take 1,000 pound, if you don't take, say go holiday with you. You are not family in Spain, 2 or 3 picking them as well. With you man and husband in 2, 3 picking them. But you go salon, you want to do the same thing. You want to go salon with una husband and wife and 3 picking, or let's say 2 picking, or not even go that far. How much is that gonna cost you? Close to $10,000. How many of us really and truly they and then kind money then they for keep? And then before this tax come, then this December we go. So I get a family friend, we go with him picking them. And when he begin look for tickets, he called me, ask me say if I know any other way you will get cheaper tickets, and I said I didn't, because then charge them 2,000 plus pounds per person, and I didn't go. So now over 7,000 pounds now I get for go pay. So you see now we then can add 259 pound per tap or dollar per tap. Plus the fee where the airliners are going for take. Imagine how much more with tickets would be if they're not going to be reach 3,000 pounds and dollars and above.
Right. Thank you so much, and we're happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, glad the way you highlight and mention, say it's more than just having a fancy building where you call an airport. And it's true. All the airline the way they can Salon, then they drop or pick up passenger, either go to Liberia or Guinea or Senegal.
Yeah.
That's the route. So, they ever get a airline with the cam and can't tap there with Ecola. So it's like dropping off, picking up, and going to transit somewhere else. And again, the other sad thing, even for refuel, they don't refuel in Sierra Leone. They do not refuel in Sierra Leone. So if you find out, that is another reason why they transit into Sierra Leone or transit out of Sierra Leone. They do not refuel in Sierra Leone. First thing I noticed that, travel from the UK for go, Salon, when you get, what's the guy's name? Kevin McPhillips?
McPhillips, yeah.
The charter airline where you get, then get for refuel now Spain before we go into Sierra Leone.
And also known to be Monarch, eh?
Yeah,
no,
yeah, Monarch.
No, not to Monarch.
Okay.
They been getting name where they call them. So Monarch now the way they go to Gambia. Yeah, Monarch now be doing a Gambia, so you can just charter, take passengers go to Sierra Leone, but actually Monarch is mainly a charter flights to Gambia. So they're not a fuel now, Salon. That's the other sad part. And we they lose money out of that. Because if they fuel there, and like we say, then airline staff then they either go there na Lunge. You had Lunge Airport, hotel. Where is it today?
It's still there, but it's not.
It's in shambles.
It's not habitable.
And maybe they say they bring them kind of Paramount Hotel.
Yep.
Or take them to Binchimani or the other hotels then. So some of them can even walk them in a way wherein they're able to spend 2-3 days more as alone until their next flight.
Juma,
Yes.
I have been holidaying in Sierra Leone since the 80s. Yeah, because due to certain things, I don't spend most of my life in Europe. And since then, I don't travel now all kind of way for come off from Lunge to Freetown. And majority of them Senendi have been the seas proper tourists. Proper tourists in the 80s. I remember in 1983, I actually fly with the Leon Stars team. We fly with Air France at the time. In 1981, maybe I was a little bit young, but again, we flew into Sierra Leone, and most of the time we get proper tourists and people will go look forward. They read the charter, which then go do, which then plan for go do, how they beach then, and they ask some of the locals, But majority of the time now we go saloon. Now business people them, they go saloon. So we plain and still full with people that we don't look like we, but they're not going as tourists. Majority of the people that we go socially to Sierra Leone are us, the Sierra Leoneans that we live and tap abroad, or the one that we come out saloon, we go holiday, we they return back. Those are the ones that we they full up with playing them for go saloon, and the other businessman and the diamond people that we they go for diamond, But there's many things, The last time I was in Sierra Leone not too long ago, I wasn't very happy with the way we beachfronts look. Usla talk to, we get paddy them where they run beach bars them, that's selling. But the point is they've made the whole of the seaside not visible to people that we drive across or across the road. The reason I guess say why them call them beach road, now because when you drive there, you see the beach. Lots of Danny has been.
Blow you.
Yeah, all of Danny has been covered up. So there's many things that we do stop people we they attract people for go salon again. And I believe say the money where they don't spend pan the airport, if they put on better things them like improving the infrastructure of the country, improving the tourism areas them, before gets a far bigger effects than building this new terminal.
Right. All right. Thank you. So I can't go to Tibo, but just remind we say plus the ferry or the sea coach or the sea taxi or go over when that $80. But that price they don't go up only because see then say maybe pull out a statement say then they increase. Was it to $45 or $50? Then say maybe pull out a statement. So that's gonna go up as well. So T-Boy, you don't give me your own comment on this and you see the conversation. What's your take?
Well, now self-banned from Sierra Leone because we put all the calculation together, we pseudo add and few more people in our YouTube. I think it will accumulate up to 400 plus, including visa fee and every other you get for take Pelican or something, maybe the ferry crossing, another extra $80. Visa fees 100 and something pounds or dollars, $180. That's possibly in America, and $60 to Kenya way somebody they highlight on YouTube. But again, when you put all this calculation together, I think it will cost you way into 400 pounds or dollars plus. Yeah, and you not even buy your tickets.
Yeah, you're not including ticket.
That you not even buy tickets. They're not just on
taxation.
These are just on taxation only, and the issues for dealing with Sierra Leone. So basically, you know, when you spending money there. Think about you get a family of 3. You can never have a holiday in Sierra Leone as a family. Left that one day, think about something, maybe you get an important event where you want to go do a salon where something you need your family members for there around you. They can't come with you because the cost is extremely high. So the possibility for make you go salon within next year, now like a self, not to, now like I can say, well, okay, if you're going, some of you into self-exile, that's different. But not so the self plus you.
What are you talking about? I don't know.
It's not me to me, Bonga. I left on no more. If you never for pick, I left on me. But on a very serious note, you deter yourself for go salon for holiday. Not to say you can't afford it, but it's just exorbitantly high based on the rate of how much surcharges they will get for going to different other countries too. So to me personally, I can only have a holiday, a working holiday, where sometimes if I go pay £2,000, I might go and get a job in Sierra Leone, which will pay me £3,000. So basically I make £1,000 profit. But at the same time, I spend some time with family, I go holiday, and then I make £1,000 profit. Maybe I will do that. But if you go Sierra Leone purely because you want to go holiday, you're not looking at £2,000 anymore. You're looking at £4,000 now.
4,000.
Well, that's the minimum for an individual.
How much it cost you for this salon in June?
No, but I'm just saying that's the minimum for an individual. So what you look at now something where you not go on for make comparison to if you go something like Gambia or something Guinea or something Liberia.
T-boy.
So what do they kind of for begin do? We go to this destination and then drive into Sierra Leone. So we got to give yourself that one day of traveling after we
an inconvenience as well.
Of course. Well, it will not be that much of an inconvenience to
it is
some
because
people.
It's not your natural space, really.
It's not your natural space, but at the same time, you go explore a different country for the basis of not going direct to your country because of the cost of what it might cost you as an individual. And not just saying this, many families then travel through Guinea this particular Christmas way comes so. Plenty family members. But the kind of challenges they will face was not even in Conakry at some point. It was in Sierra Leone.
Right.
And that is the sad side of things. They are making it very difficult for people that really come in a salon for can spend their own hard cash they don't work for. Because if you can a salon with £1,000, that is £1,000 foreign currency added to the currency we already get in a salon. So therefore, at least give you some amount of respect, say you can salon for can spend your hard currency. Because this time around, it's not online banking transaction, it's the physical cash itself. Yeah, and that gives the country for able to get more amounts of physical currency, foreign currency, we will give some value to the country money. But what people they fail to understand, when you have enough foreign currency flow in your country, it helps you to be able to purchase things out of your country with that same foreign currency. Then you change your money to the foreign currency for buy things them out of Sierra Leone. And it is practically impossible for me to not get that foreign currency flow in Sierra Leone. So to me, the additional cost of all the surcharges that are so weighed and the try for applying in March is definitely not going to increase tourism in Sierra Leone. is definitely going to be a massive big blow to the tourist industry. And the easy way make we not release the tourist, the interviews they will do for this World Tourism Fair we happened at O2 couple of months ago. Now because of the unexpected incident that will happen at Salo within the past couple of months, because that means for them able to highlight some of the concerns of the tourist industry itself. As much as they are trying, as much as they were negotiating with the government operators of the airlines then within a salon, as much as they were trying to cut certain days for me to able to get control of the air tickets for me to attract more people coming to Sierra Leone, it will even become worse. So how are they going to survive within an industry that you have to spend a minimum of $400 plus your tickets? They don't have anything like even 3-star hotels in Sierra Leone. That is from the people themselves, making it clear where they run the tourist industry in Sierra Leone.
T-Boy,
Yeah.
T-Boy, who's people themselves? Who that name the people themselves?
The people that where they run the tourist industry in a salon, as in
National
the tourist guide
Board?
them. The National Tourist Board. Yeah, they did say that. They did say that. So that is some of the challenges they have. But then they still ignore and still try for possibly do the best they can for their tour guide they also waiting to deal with. Because now package then get for sale to international tourist organization the way they use Sierra Leone as a destination. So not for say now then they go do this deal, they sell the package to international tour guides them where they organize their young people then say we they take una go to Sierra Leone. This na the thing we una fascinated about, like one part we people are reading on YouTube, they highlight some of the reasons then why tourist industries they grow now because of the amount of natural habitats, the amount of historical monuments then we then will get in that particular country, then make tourism they go. But we don't have any. Even we historical remains them, we either destroy them or we not preserve them. But these guys are trying. To be honest to you, then they try. I met a tour guide winner, an award-winning tour guide. When I spent 20 minutes with that guy, I don't get any doubt why he became an award-winning tour guide. Because he's vastly knowledgeable about the landscape of Sierra Leone and the new attraction the way they don't discover in a salon. So basically, if he narrates their story to you and he wants to convince you for be a tourist in Sierra Leone, you will be able to do so, but the cost is high. And what he highlights that the economical value of tourism in Sierra Leone, because if you're able to attract just a tour or a tourist for Kana Salon, it means you don't give them job for making able for feed in family, because even when they take the tourists them to the provincial towns them we get their attraction there so it creates employment for people in the way they. The people already sometimes they go out for eat the natural cuisine at that particular village day where they go able to get involved in preparation of that particular cuisine. For example, cassava leaf. They will get involved in the pounding of the cassava leaf, blow the fire aside, just get that element of traditional food preparation.
But T-Boy no go far. Some tourists they know when they see fall, they run.
Thank you.
Just fall no more they run. And they first,
I know what say tourist self. Some of we picking the road they born na so where we they can and go salon back for holiday. Now the thing then down the way they make the no one for come back because you dey go see condo lizard we no one they see. If they run at me on picking be they run at a fall. If they all am like say in paddy because you never see live chicken.
Yeah.
And then you can't say away until okay you gonna kabala we get warrior.
Yeah.
You see the life we no one they see for. So these are all of the things that we need to pay attention to. Because, to be honest, if you put all them things they are so together and then you look at the cost of how much it will cost you as an individual for go for 1 week in a salon, you know what it?
Yeah, Femi, go and say something. Before you say, Almami Toure be draw your attention to something just because you mentioned hotels. You know, that they just bring me attention because these are all strategies, right? Mm-hmm. They all come back to cost. Mm-hmm. If you can't afford the airfare, why would you even bother looking at other things? They say in work now the Canary Islands, right? You know, and they with them in day, they have a strategy. You have high seasons when I peak and low seasons. Low seasons at the time the way sometimes people not get for go for Sierra Leone, for example, rainy season. Yeah. Ticket price cable can down, hotel price cable for Kandong for attract the few people them when able for going. That happens in the Caribbean here. Some Africans or not able for going at the inside and they at peak seasons, but they go there when are low seasons where other people and they go, but then still they get quality time where then they because the cost is less. And Leah asked the question, say, Sierra Leone is a rip-off. He say, why not travel somewhere else for less, more, and hassle-free? Why? Over to you, Femi.
So the point earlier makes an and say, a lot of we not the travel go home no more because of the reason then they. A lot of we don't begin go then Turkey, Spain, as I mentioned earlier, south of France, because you can jump that plane, you can jump that EasyJet for 30 something pound. You can jump that train safe and cross the channel. Why put yourself through that hassle day? So for me, this is why the tourist board, okay, sometimes they not get the power or the power for change things in Sierra Leone, but then they've been appointed to some position in there where them for able for discuss with the people them above, because they're the ones to make a decision on where our money gets spent. It is ridiculous that we spend money until they bring value to the country. Because as you say, as Tibo been calculate, 4,000 pound for person for go salon for Christmas. For me, that's a small money. Tibo not calculate fine. Because we don't pull you travel money. Trust me, we go salon, not even holiday you go. Because you go in there, the 2-3 weeks where you go spend there, the money we go spend on yourself, now little bit. Compared to the money we go spend on famble them, on friends and everything, the amount of money that comes back out of the average man's pocket. I wonder if they do a survey and find out all the way we go salon this December how much on average they spend. I bet you anything, T-boy, it would be more than 4,000 pounds or dollars, because most of them pay over 2,000 pounds or dollar for go salon this December. So then they have the money we can't don't go already and just travel into the airport. We know they talk about commodity and reach Freetown or win another possibly almost you say $80 back and forth. It's gone up. But let's say around that, back and forth, another $80, then plus, taxi money, petrol money. By the time you reach that house, you don't already spend, $2,000, nearly $3,000, and most of where you go, as I say, you go with $1,000 or pound that you pocket. Literally, that will not last you. As soon as the moment you change your foreign exchange into leons, by the time you reach na house, most of that money they don't. Pass if you go change boku money we intend for go use for do something, but if you change money for use for the day, it they done that day. Majority of we don't go through that, they're experiencing this. So
if you're not careful, you get for lent money that next.
Thank you. Not so even like no more say me being here for phone London for make a transfer money from your accounts in London back for go replenish waiting I need for spend a Sierra Leone. It's ridiculous. But because
I have the money for you now. Martha say plus how much money you get for spend on gas or fuel.
Exactly, fuel. Look the fuel crisis we've been there recently.
Plus checkpoint money.
Arrest me. So you see, there's all these things. T-Boy still will not get 3-star hotels. Yeah, imagine how much money the hotels lost in December.
Right.
Imagine how much money they lost. Me, I know a few hotels them where have been supposed for help with the some of the room sales, and they not make money at all because a lot of people then cancel. Including me, cancel.
Some still get guest house where the guest house can be booked. This time, you not even get the two customers they've been getting cancelled.
They lifted the curfew in the 20th or the 19th.
Yeah, thereabout.
Literally a week, less than a week before Christmas. Most of them companies are so then they make their money then week then they leading up to the December week. The amount of business where they unbog, the tourist business, they literally this incident will happen and the measures we then take for tackle this incident help cripple the country, and it will take a while before some of them business and they meet the financial burdens them with them for them meet last month. You know, there's many things. As I say, we should have the tourist board people, and we talk to you, Tibo, at that place. They really and truly, they shouldn't be talking to us. They shouldn't be talking to the potential tourists them with them problem. They need for take them above to the people where they make decisions and make them realize the impact of the lack of action in our country and witnessing the cause.
Okay.
Femi, you're totally correct. But what's in editor for say? I'm not defending these guys, but to be honest to you, based on the discussion that I have with them, 99% of all the discussion is focusing on they are in engagement discussion with the government. They are in serious discussion with the government in terms of regulations from airports to tickets to tax and everything that's really happened. So they're not just sit down, they know these concerns. So basically they're working on it. And for like this can happen, it means they haven't been giving them any attention with all what they are saying. And with the comment the way they on YouTube, to say is better because for the $2,000 we will pay for Go Salon, will take her entire family of 5 to Ecuador.
Thank you.
Can you imagine that?
Imagine it. Sukomo Japano. For go to Ecuador.
Can you imagine?
Ecuador,
Yeah.
call.
Not on near place so.
And now she also talks about the security cost where you they pay for. One of her kids' phones were stolen. But again, look at the amount of destruction the way they happen with luggages, the way they go inside freedom, based on the amount of security where you they still pay for. But even your goods are not even secured. So there's a huge amount of concerns where people can get for raise for all renting the house away in the highlight. Sue also say Brookfield Hotel is better, but guess what? I haven't been to the rooms at Brookfield Hotel. If Brookfield Hotel is better, wow.
T-boy.
I'll just say wow, leave it at
T-boy.
that. Go on for me.
I know why Yahoo to be when Yahoo dress not reach salon.
Now you want to be
because married well. He never married because he close to reach song.
Well, Femi,
and
listen to this.
This are this December.
Listen to this. Well, I know, but listen to this. I know somebody will travel through Guinea. Listen, if you travel through Guinea, how you box they end up in a Lunge International Airport open?
Eh? I don't understand.
Good question. Okay.
You know go so Lunge, so how you box for it?
So basically, this is not the scenario where me possibly see. Your luggage ends up at Guinea, possibly taken to a destination that is meant to be Sierra Leone by any other means, I don't know. But me know for sure, see, inside Guinea Conakry, 110% of the time, your luggage will never be open.
Of course, yeah, it's safe.
110% of the time, your luggage will never be open. And you are not faced with anything other than kiosks with a huge queue of 20 or 30 suitcases owned by possibly 1 or 2 people.
Right.
That's not the only kiosk we face in Conakry airport.
The kiosk that me face, the Mawe be there before me. in suitcase the way it gets, it is full up. The whole place, Musa, you they wait for. So it's just one person. So
One
you
person.
just wait for that one. They let pull all length in and they understand. And this person, a business person, where they travel come up from Turkey for come inside. So in suitcase there no more. It passed 30 in one grade.
So imagine now the only kiosk standing where you face.
So that's the delay.
Now Conakry.
Yeah. But for say they
Apart from that, you they walking, You walk out of the airport, no question asked. Smooth ride, apart from that delay. But anyway, let me put that one there aside. Now we come into the borders of Sierra Leone and Parmalap, Guinea, right? When you get to the Parmalap border from Conakry, the airport, all the way to Parmalap, you will possibly come across maybe 9 checkpoints. This is like a 2 hours journey. Let's say 9 checkpoints, according to the statistics where somebody actually counts them single-handedly. And then, just from Parmalap to
Gambia.
Guinea checkpoint Parmalap to Salon checkpoint Parmalap, now like a 7 checkpoints. So for every 1-2 minute walk or drive, there's a checkpoint. There's a checkpoint. And then when you calculate the checkpoint now from Parmalap to Freetown, it's up to 25 to 30. Now you look at that situation there. For every south side you go, you pay the driver something. Camper, each per you cost, the content itself per you cost, it is totally out of your cost. You forget a smooth ride. Yeah. So the reality of all what they say so, and with the new taxation for attract tourism for Kana Salon, it's practically impossible. I go back to the tourist board maybe and ask them subsequent questions based on the discussion we don't get prior to their new taxation they also we do not put down. Because them being so confident that they are working with the government of Sierra Leone and the government of Sierra Leone want to increase the capacity of tourism. That is why they're here. With new touristic deals, with new destinations, and with new adventures, then we don't put together for sale to the International Tourist Organization guide, then we go able to create more facility for local get an increase in tourism. Where then they anticipate, say, will be the biggest industry within the next couple of years to come. I don't know how.
Well, we hope for the best, just like how we say, let's see what in 2024 they bring camp for travel and tourism into Sierra Leone. But leaning towards that, you don't mention the issue of security and so on and so forth. I will play a video from the president, a statement where him. Yeah.
Before you play the video, I get a question from Femi. You don't joke. Then say if Grandma School get more tickets for our show they can this week. So answer and quick before Juma go to that video. They're big deal. So go na YouTube and answer the question. They say if Grammar School get not to then say Mr. Walker they ask if Grammar School get extra tickets because I don't know that Mr. Walker want for invite so it look like say look at a big crew.
Well, I know they're gonna YouTube go talk and talk and I assume me call my so I go able plug me schooling program.
Yeah, so, plug me schooling program. I cannot ask you the question.
They do end of year enjoyments in London. So we invite now all make all come. Grammar School they welcome now all. And yes, Mr. Walker, tickets are scarce, but then they now for all the people no more way for contacts. So if you contact me,
so now by connection now.
Aye, bruh, not by face. No. Tickets are we have we've been blessed with a lot of demand for tickets. So we don't actually ask the venue for Giri more availability. So
that's not just a sign for sure say you not get beaucoup people will go salon because people like to go salon.
True, I agree. That's true, Juma. That's true.
I disagree. I disagree.
No, I disagree. I agree, Juma. That's true.
Beaucoup people are not go salon. That's true. Beaucoup people cancel tickets then. But I believe say again not plugging Grammar School. Grammar School has done some exceptional work. Especially this year we passed so, and I think say a lot of we punters them just want to come back and say thank you and give we self back small thing because as some of you know we ran a whole summer school where we teach STEM classes them na Grammar School and we open them up to all the schools in Sierra Leone We get 90 odd students them throughout the month of August, rainy season. We can grammar school utilize with facilities. We computer lab them and we teach them a lot about computing and STEM. We got some good feedback from the kids themselves because they enjoyed themselves. And it was open. It was almost 50-50 as in gender. So there was a lot of girls in there from various female schools in and around Freetown. We even open them up to some schools in the provinces them, and even as far as Bo. We get picking away come Bo we can this summer school. So I think say a lot of people then they come this event for just can say thank you to we for what we don't produce this year. So Mr. Walker tickets send you now for contact me. I will give the right name of the building for go to.
People will continue for support because it's for a good cause. Leah say don't get in ticket and they look for you there on that day. So,
all right.
And make sure say on an aside now for talk with Almami today, they ask how for join the old boys. You know he's interested.
Okay.
And grammar
Almami no waste time. I don't get space for old boys again at grammar school.
And grammar school wanna collect the gate takings. They wanna send small things.
But when we collect the gate takings, a lot of I've seen nearly all of that money they goes back into the school because we apart from the summer school we create, we get scholarships for a lot of picking them we can't afford for good school, and with scholarship they're not just academic now. Some of them now for lifestyle as well as helping them to live through life and get to the school. But anyway, I let my left for plug grammar school. They do boku good.
Still wanna collect for greater good. Una give we own share the we can donate back to
no problem.
No
problem.
Even if 2,000 pounds no more self una give we would appreciate that.
No problem. I will talk to the aid man at the school.
Yeah. So let's go back to our program and see. We they talk about tourism, we they talk about improving life, we they talk about giving confidence to people, Sierra Leoneans, non-Sierra Leoneans, for making them feel comfortable, for embrace Sierra Leone at every level, and ensure say we get peace in the country and we're able to develop. But statement from the first gentleman, the president of the country, around this Christmas period, which was supposed to be a period of what? Thanksgiving, a period of joy, a period of laughter, a period of celebration. Before you press play, Femi, do you think some of these statements are statements we should be expecting as we roll up the year? Or you are with law play and first before you comment?
Repeat any please, Joma. Repeat any please.
I say you think say some of them statements and the way they come up from the first gentleman at a time where the year they roll, are those statements we should be expecting to somebody who is supposed to be father of the nation, or it's a bad call, or you want to wait until we play the video before you comment?
Well, outside school for talk, when you're in a position of authority, you for watch what you say. You for always ensure say you're talking to the masses. So not talk anything we go antagonize one person against the other. But let's play the video first because make people understand with who they can talk about. Then we go discuss them further. But my first statements before the thing now I think say in speech right to them if there were any get for do a better job.
All right, go ahead and play for we.
All right, give me a second. Juma, can you give me a few minutes? Can you go on?
Yeah, sure.
So
while they get that video ready for we, Muna Barry, season greetings to you too, and we say they wish you a happy new year and stay blessed where you are. Make sure you come back and subscribe to Sierra Gem Media. So yeah, Mona, I think you don't see the video already. They say it's misdirected, destroyer of Sierra Leone grieves my spirits. Hashtag. Whew. Any comment na YouTube, Chibo? All right.
Are you coming to me or look, we go to the message?
Yeah, let's go to the message if we're already.
Okay, all right.
We say, look, 1 second.
Okay, yeah. Few messages on YouTube. Okay, it's just about the same thing with the other comment on the things that goes up in Sierra Leone never comes down. And Mr. Wakari says, so well, Sue asked the question. Well, I don't know the question where Sue asked. He said, whether or not the Miss 2024. I don't understand what you mean by that too. But I don't ask the question back against you. What do you mean by that? But you know, come back to it. Insai intake the 5th position, but I don't know what that means. But so you need to come back to it and tell me what you mean by whether that means 2024.
Yeah.
But yeah, I listened to what you discussed for the last minute in regards to security apparatus and why we think security apparatus is of concern. And Femi say when you are in a position of trust, you suppose to make a statement where you be very mindful of what sort of statement you're making, which is true. Again, we lack some element of professionalism in we career path as the role they play in society. The reason we make one for comments on Dandy, it gets a lot to do with the video they can for play, but also within the past couple of weeks or months, we don't hear a lot of statements being made by individuals of position of trust. We're not support for them making their statement in and those statements are not meant to be coming from those individuals, because whatever they say, it doesn't matter how they say it, in a very polite or anger or in a way where they feel to say that the best way that they would go able for present themselves is wrong. Because if you don't make that kind of statement, now just do a reverse psychology of that statement being made by another different individual. What makes you different from that person? Because you're both Sierra Leoneans, you both have equal rights to what you're saying, and we both go interpret and differently, and that other Sierra Leonean will get punished for the same thing where you do. But you will get away with time because you feel to say you're above the law. So therefore be very mindful about the statement that they make. So I totally agree with Femi on that. If you're in a position of trust, you should be of concern of what you say.
Right.
Now, really, on occasion, for celebration, for me, no see the work they do, not go unnoticed. The work they do is very important, and therefore, we for dedicate a day for to say thank you for Sabuna, for me, no see yes. Now we didn't make the state, a function. Yes, but for this particular moment, I want to say, a special thank you. This year has been a difficult one. They don't try me before. They try me back. Next time they try me back, they don't tell the story.
So much. Thank you, Femi, for airing that for us. we don't see, we don't listen. Sorry, this now what you call it? Social media videos where the audio not too clear, but I sure soon I get the gist of the message. We see the president's day, the address, members of staff at the president's lodge. I think on Christmas Day, we for say ANWF, they host them and they feed them and say thank you to them, so they serve them. So, guys, what's your take on the video before on the statement before me coming?
To me, it's disappointing. Let me tell you why. One, if you as the leader, they say no retreat, no surrender, with the security apparatus we're supposed to serve the country, it means something else. That's one. And two, we always don't see this pattern of the appearance where the president they make to the nation and how it make the same appearance to specific people of the nation. So, who then are the priority? When me they ask the question, who is the president's priority? He prioritized just a few people already around them or the nation? So, with the statement of saying at the end, no retreat, no surrender, I don't know what exactly it mean by that too. Or it is a foreseen statement for say, we get for the this battle for a long time to come. Or you know what thing we don't know for say, you will never surrender to nobody. I don't know what that means. Because when they tell anybody where something me into the pampalava, I will begin to say, I see me you two don't start this, so take go. No, it no surrender me you two. We will go to the end of it. But are you making that statement to Sierra Leoneans or to specific individuals? Because no retreat, no surrender to me means you they tell we as Sierra Leoneans then say you don't ready for we. And I see don't ready for we, so you need to back down, you need to back up. You need to take a right up to the end, and we'll all go see what's going to be the end, but you're not backing down. What are you not retreating from? What are you not surrendering from? So some of these questions possibly needs to be asked or possibly expand a little bit on, because again, we don't ask these questions because we just they see the words them and then we forget the implication of the words them and what it mean. Now also this same president tell we say the same way it be the way green. The green way it be the way. Now the green way we not sabi or we don't know. We don't know what's kind of green it be the way them. But it confirm to we now that green day it be mean say it be the way. Now this same person now say to we, me for be seen as the calm one, una for the good do what you una need for do. I will not say nothing. Then this same person back down tell we say, what thing they don't start so, no go no more, but no retreat, no surrender. What does that mean? Are you in fight with the people of Sierra Leone, or are you in fight with specific people of Sierra Leone? So there is two elements of gestures they really make to the people of Sierra Leone, and there is a pocket of Sierra Leone and the way it reaffirm their status. So we possibly not agree to some of the things they really do or say. Now we not the no retreat, no surrender. I don't know what you think. So that's my take.
Okay. Thank you. Logo to Femi.
Hello, Juma.
Yes, there you.
What can I say? What can I say? The first gentleman, as una can call him, been gets I guess he been gets an agenda. He been gets the Uda that he talk to, and those were specific people, not to us Sierra Leoneans. It is sad because as they say, he's the president of the country. You know, he's not the president of a selected few. So it's a bit of a shame. But you know, I don't expect much more. Let not forget the slogan we then get power. Abieri you and Tiboy been discuss earlier on the different the different terms them on been talk about on the different languages and how they say certain things them, and power na be one. And what does it mean? It means by force. Not so? By violence, by force, we go do this, and you know, even if it is correct or not correct, we will do it, and that's what he keeps saying. His language hasn't changed. We, the people of Sierra Leone, are expecting miracles when miracle not day. You know, he's never painted a picture to us say he came for cargo salon. He came to rule a certain demographic of people, and if we're expecting anything more, then are we safe with the fool? You know, clearly this this man was supposed to be you know, the fountain of honor, the first gentleman, the president of the country, of all the people of Sierra Leone. Clearly, time and time again, he reminds us that he's only there for the people, then we support him. You're supposed to be the leader of the people of Sierra Leone. That means to say the one they will like you, the one they will not like you, you're supposed to be the leader for the all. And clearly that's never gonna happen. So I don't see why would they expect anything different. That's my take.
All right, thank you. So I just see comments then from the Facebook here. It's Almami say it's sad that we've reached this point, us against them. Martha make two comments here. So he said to me, he has failed the nation by cherry picking, and he should look around the world for leaders who thought they were invisible today. Where are they? And he remind we again, Martha remind we say, remember the words of his wife, that Bill has PhD in coup d'etat. So that is the true color he's showing us now. So I go back to just, you know, highlighting within you and T-Boy state there as well, just clarify. And for me, it takes me back to a statement maybe they do in town hall meeting where Umar Fofana interview him. They ask him about certain people, particularly the Auditor General, Lara Taylor Pierce, why they behave. What was his statement? He said, if you are not my friend, if you are not for me, definitely you are against me. And only they work with people them when I influence them and where they support them. And there are other statements.
Juma, not cut you word. And on that note, not to no more another interview he talk we but he tell me and T-Boy personally inside the Osna East Street. T-Boy, remember?
That was he became president.
Before he became, it was easier than the
16,
17 about that. It's not to 17 safe, not to 15, 16.
Yeah, now 2016.
Around then, he tell we say he not go work with we because we not all party card. He say if we want work with him now or when he be president, we get for be SLPP people.
Right. And then the wife we don't tell Sierra Leoneans say the only two Sierra Leoneans are SLPP members. So again, I keep telling people there's nothing happening today when an accident or by mistake. These are all pre-planned, premeditated stuff being implemented now. So you know they make mistake. But coming to the statement, a president saying, then don't try we before, then don't try we for the second term. And if then try we again, they're not going to live for tell the story. A president issuing threats to Sierra Leoneans, we possibly not support you or we get for disagree with you or challenge anything you or your government try for do. You threaten them, say they're not going to live for tell the story. The only people who do agree from that are the likes of Hitler of this world. We try for massacre people them and stuff like that. So let me say the president usually talks about incitement, right? But you dey talk to people where combat we sit down to you, where all arms and ammunition. You don't empower them already for say you me don't tell you say you get power. Anybody will try we again, let them not live for tell the story. So it's not a mistake. But when you don't issue the threats, if a Sierra Leonean challenge and issue equal threats, would you say they're doing anything wrong? Because we expect say the first gentleman, father of the nation, now last supposed for talk and things. But men, T-boy, they talk earlier, I just draw my attention. So the chief minister, what was the chief minister's statement at 98.1?
Mr. Waka just highlights now incitement, which is true on YouTube.
It is incitement.
But the minister in statement again is a threat to Sierra Leoneans. We also see if they in the presence of anybody,
yeah,
where they talk say this coup is not a coup, now staged and stage them. You say you lose in temper for that person there.
Right. And when you lose your temper, what you do?
Thank you.
It's a violent thing, you know.
Well, if that person did it for one time, he lose in temper. This is the chief minister. We get security arms men next to him. We can able for order for shoot you on sight. Because he get that potential there. Because when you lose your temper, what do?
Right. You act irrationally and do things that will go harm others.
Thank you.
Right.
And not a good thing when you lose your temper.
Yeah.
So basically, what they say is all the people that were inside Sierra Leone will not accept say this coup was a coup. It means they are against his opinion.
Right.
Why he not been losing temper upon the head of the military? Why he not been losing temper upon the military spokesperson? So you pick and choose who they lose your temper at, because again, I believe say at some point the individual has to them they want him because he's the chief minister. So if you lose your temper at any Sierra Leonean where you refuse for accept your opinion, say this was a coup, that is a threat to all of us. Possibly may not agree with your own opinion.
Right.
So equally so, if the president say they don't try me once, and if they try me again, they're not going to live for see the day. That's your boasting of killing Sierra Leoneans who might not agree with your views and opinion.
And you end up with no retreat, no surrender.
Thank you. So now that no retreat, no surrender, now I immediately look at now saying
president using no retreat, no surrender, which is a like in term for what? The war front.
Yeah.
That means you are at war with Sierra Leoneans and you're ready to eliminate anybody, just like how Mr. Oka say. And obviously, this don't just justify, say, the chief minister in statement was not just a gaffe or an
was not a gaffe.
So it is a narrative.
It is.
The chief minister first and the president doubled down on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
You know, to Sierra Leoneans. So exactly, Mr. Walker is correct. This is nothing less than incitement, because you're talking to people who are armed and are capable to unleash arm and terror on people. You don't tell them, say, if we then try we again. You hear the word? Then don't try we one time. Then try we the second time. If then try we again, they're not going to live for tell the story. So the president just don't give shoots to kill order to them people. Because so you not say then don't try me. He said then don't try we. That we were then at the same side. They don't try we first one, remember, they don't try we the second time. Then try we again, then not for live for tell the story. So you already don't issue a shoot to kill order to these people. Whereas, because what you see, and the majority of the people ABC don't know it's in their way. Uniform, either men in military uniform or
OSD
uniform.
Or police.
Or police. Now then we see them, and then people and they what you know them for, they're carrying arms.
Let me say he's right in front of the midst of armed military and police and OSD officers. But Yusuf just remind we say today marks the 31 years anniversary of the death of Bambi Camara and others. So basically, another significant day. We possibly, like I say, it run down for decades. It might repeat itself again, and that's what they can for face and see. So
that's December 29th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another sad event. But again, when we look at all these issues that really unfold in front of we as Sierra Leoneans, it's not strange.
Where you talk the thing, but it just, cage cool out and can say kills and all of that. May their soul rest in peace. And we pray that them, death not go in vain for Sierra Leone. And it is just sad that we see them few days to this kind of thing with this kind of threats to Sierra Leoneans. Femi, you want to say something before we move on?
Yeah, Juma, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's now I go put some 1 minute, Juma. So yeah, if somebody say that in this side of the world, they will ask for his or her resignation.
Yep.
The week not go pass. Because I want to see the day, but sometimes you go and tawa, you go and say pa the sidom, pa you go sidom. But ileka with tawa, that week they not go pass, you go hand in resignation. They will not allow for such for happen. But we not get the institutions in our salon we strong enough for make the decision there. So this now we problem the way we get. So certain people them are above the law. No matter how they break the law, they will get away with it. Because if I tell you today Juma for go thief and then go catch you panty thief, you'll be held I will be held responsible as well as you, because na me send you go there. And as I say, if they talk to soldier man them, SSD them, policeman them, and they give such orders, then what are we to expect? And then even if they not go execute then commanding day, just the fact say no more you do work at street, you see soldier man, you see policeman, you go afraid. See, your normal business activities will not happen because you don't know who say, who that go turn to you, who that go call you name and something where you not mix for one day, and there will be no judges. There will be nothing. You will be judged there, then, and dealt with there and then. And God knows which thing that they go lead to. So that's why it's important when you're in a position of power, as I said before, for watch whichever the commodity that you must. I remember years ago, England football manager made a statement about disabled people, and because of that, he was asked to hand in his resignation straight away.
It was
Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah, it was Glenn Hoddle.
Yes, he was sacked straight away because of the comments we make, and then tell him the reason why. Now, because he hold a position of authority, he get for watch waiting the common eye mouth. So now we talk about somebody way even bigger than Dandy. Because wait now we manager now, see boy, because not so you pad again. We football manager. Nah, Salon.
Amidu Karim.
Amidu Karim. Then if Amidu Karim say then kind thing and day, he will be sacked. His job he will be asked about to hand in his resignation. So now look how would you go.
Now not caught you, Femi. Don't go too far. Now Mohamed Bouya Kamara, the player for Leon Stars, now he slap a full press release for, but guess what? The first lady go out and condemn Bouya for say now being person in favorite person, but it disappointed enough for the things that we say and do on Facebook. But here is the president, your husband, you standing side by side with him, inciting and calling to harm people that disagrees with you. So if the first lady came condemn Bouya for Mami cause in family business or that, because waiting, Bouya now waiting. Why make people get interested in the thing? Because he's a national get national profile.
Yes.
He's a national icon. He plays for Sierra Leone, so he's very important.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you are the president calling to kill. Because if you tell me, say, you will not live to see, to tell the story, what does that mean? There's no ambition.
So in statement just clear that the first gentleman is very threatening and antagonizing. And this is the time of peace. Listen, this is the time of peace, right? And I believe he's talking in codes. We could read between the lines. He's saying, do what you are all doing. I am okay with it.
It's endorsing what
but the code not so good though. It's okay, Jan. Maybe we all understand.
The code side of it, not so for say at the turn I say una go kilo. But guess what? Una can go do that. Because as far as me concerned, no retreat, no surrender. They don't carry one term, they don't carry two term. If they dare make and 3 term, you not go live for CDD. So it means this now like a times of peace and reconciliation where dialogue there in between political parties and also bringing the country together. Forget unity and cohesion among Sierra Leoneans. And you as the first gentleman at Christmas, where the Christmas no more than give you the mass go to church. There you they can't tell we say, you know they retreat, you know they surrender. Each and every Sierra Leonean way disagree with you, not go live for see the day. That is not a nice thing to say.
Sorry if I jump into your conversation, but Danny just clicked on me, but I apologize.
When I see the Booyah situation where you highlight Sojuma and the statement of the First Lady, I laugh. And you don't know what to make her laugh. Because guess what? You know how many tons of abuse where possibly you don't face among the first gentleman we go public, or that denounce and say it is not correct.
Yeah, well, we'll cancel on the other term.
No, well, I just want to highlight that number because you know it's very important because you don't cry foul when foul has been played against you. And you don't do nothing about it. But you just slam somebody for being your favorite and not your favorite anymore because of his statement to make. Okay, it's not a good thing to do. But guess what? Worse has happened to you.
Yeah.
There are different circumstances.
February, sorry about that.
Oh,
I mean, I'm done with that. Now, you know what
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
As I say, Juma, it's just it's sad. It's lack of. I won't say it's lack of education, but something. Some man gets PhD will not get. So, but it's lack of it's poor judgment.
It's lack of intelligence.
It's poor judgment, and it's poor advice.
It's not poor advice.
Juma.
It's not.
Juma, it's called grooming. Yeah. We get for begin, leaders are not. I want to say leaders are not born. Presidents are not born. Yeah. They're the likes of me, you, and people in our streets, from different walks of life. We got the fever, we man the fever, we the rise to the position in the. So when you get there, there's mistakes that's going to happen. But that's why you have people them we're supposed to be elders. We're supposed to bring you in and teach you certain things them. And I think the English word of that is grooming. Not to the way then it's used now in what's happening with picking the underage. Not that I talk about it, but when you spend your time with somebody for make that person understand the role where they can play, the position we get, the importance of the position we get. These leaders that we get don't seem to have had that. Both the first gentleman and the first lady, they haven't been groomed properly. It's Alex say We don't have the infrastructure behind they really advise them on the rights and the wrongs of their holding. So, you know, yes, they ought to know better, but even when they don't know better, we forget the institutions around them for protect them, for guide them into certain things they wouldn't do and we didn't see. And that not seem for exist. So that na problem with Salon get. And even when then 2 years to go, whatever will get back if we not fix up, we will always have these problems. So that's a different conversation for I guess for a different day.
Well, I agree with you if you say grooming, but if you tell me say mistake and poor judgment is when you're not sure. But when you premeditate, you plan this, and if you want, there's one thing about President Bill and in government, if you want to say anything about, they've been consistent in their behaviors.
I agree.
For 2018.
Yep, I agree.
Remember, we said this. How then start 2018, the 5 years now, so it ended the 5 years. And it don't continue in that same trajectory they going forward. When then things say small, what you call and they begin make nice to you until they get you side they want you, they unleash waiting they want for and unleash. So that has been a pattern with consistent, so it's not a mistake, it's not any error or maybe not, no, it's deliberate. This is an agenda, we're going to follow it through. Look at Lamin's comment. He said Bio is determined to plunge Sierra Leone with a dictatorial style to crush all opponent people who talk against him and people who do not support his style. Sierra Leone is doomed. Before he got to power, he had one agenda, killing the opposition. If you listen to Bio, he has spoken about incitement over 1 million times, the same for peace and division, tribalism, the trick, blaming others for what he does. You understand?
And Juma, I think saying that point I make earlier on where I say, we'd expect something different. But he has never done anything different. From day one, this is the attitude that we have seen. And really and truly, we did let ourselves down because we're expecting better. But it go hard for me to get better because I think it's a habit, and say habits they ask for kick.
Femi Su said ginger beer not gonna ever be star beer. He has been there before. He should be consistent, and he should be able to learn. And it's no excuse.
Right. Okay, and Yusuf, we had today with you at a time like this. Of course, You say it's painful to see this horrible episode repeated for the past 5 to 6 years. It is sad. And when we get somebody waiting, we meet, when I throughout all around Sierra Leonean, we always don't preach anything less but peace, unity, and progress for the country. But a victim of, in the hands of the people like President Bio, of then same thing here where they happen. So
not in the hands, in the brutal hands of the current administration will get.
For the benefit of the people that we know, and at the talk and because it's been discussed here publicly, Yusuf Jallo's dad was murdered brutally in ways that way in family they're never able to trace in grave. All he could remember is his dad was picked up at their house, just wearing a towel around him. And that was the last he saw of his dad.
And a couple of years ago, they showed them a shallow grave where they were all buried.
It took almost 20 years down the line, they were able to identify some outside and say this is now unmarked grave.
Yeah.
But before that, they don't know how they were killed, for what reason or whatever. They made up so much lies. By this same President Bio and members of the NPRC, December 29, 1992. All them people, including Bambi Kamara and others, were brutally murdered. We up until today. Waiting then tell we, then say them be the inside Pademba Road, then stage. Similar incidents to what happened on November 26th. Over to you, Femi.
Yes, and Juma, let we not forget, say, J60 cam in a few years ago, 2 years ago to be precise, 2 years ago this J6, I did a series of interview them. Na salon, na one camp, na mile, na 4 mile, not mile, 4 mile, that's what we call the place.
Yeah.
And I get the privilege for talk to, and first of all, I was at the back of the hall with my camera, and I filmed the events where they had various different people that we go through issues then at the war, we come and tell their story. After that, they sat down with me on a one-to-one, and they spoke to me about some of the things that we then go through during the intended day. And one of the things them we've been common to most of the people who talk to me, now the lack of support with this current administration they give them. These were all wounded people, wounded people in the service, in the services. The disappointment in this particular administration, because them the abupsi with this administration coming, because according to these people, they were guilty of their injuries them. This administration being for do something, they expect this administration will get the opportunity for right the wrongs them and do something for improve their lives them. We've been get war wounded from Sierra Leone, we tap na Sierra Leone, then we get some we fly into Sierra Leone. It's a sad thing that we can't really pull some of them video then they also on we platform because they actually belong to somebody else. But it's listen to some of them people also talk, but it's in that we then go through under the previous military administration at Sierra Leone, which was headed by our current president. It's sad to hear. Now, sometimes one will go make a deal and Tibo go help before make we show them video then.
So we hope the people that we don't shed blood for Sierra Leone no go in vain. But for Thai, this statement where the presidents make, and for other comments that were, I don't know if Nalia or Martha, I think, make earlier, say there were other people who thought they're so powerful that payday not get for reach. And in as much as the situation is so grim na Salon, but still the international community, then they watch what is happening. They're having a say. And interestingly, we see, because then they happen often, for let you get foreign government representative them or be vocal about issues happening in our country. For the first time, because President Buren and government usually be let for say, for the first time in the history of this country, we did this, and that. So for the first time in the history of the country, the Yeri are boldly representatives of the foreign governments then at the country, the embassies them, they make statements regarding situations that are happening. Initially, we began the former ambassador to Sierra Leone made a statement where President Biobin say he just made those statements, not to a better representative of Sierra Leone, blah, 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 blah. Now I make them sack him and pull and commodity. But the one we don't can get made other statements recently. And we will try for camp play there and then they for now. But I just see waiting the chat group, say while Femi they get that ready. And we ready, just give me thumbs up. Muna say new direction became misdirected, soulless bunch of destroyers of our once beloved motherland. Miata Brian say, thank you so much for highlighting all these sayings from the first gentleman. I'm so disappointed at his remarks, but not surprised. The man and his people are killing the democracy of our country, Sierra Leone. This reminds me of slavery then in the United States that Martin Luther King fought for. Shake my head. Are we in that era again? No freedom of speech. You are killing unnecessarily. Sad, sad, sad. No retreat, no surrender. Martha said, this reflection brought bad memories again and sends chills to my spine. Martha, I feel the same kind way as well. You know, when you're ready, let me know. You know, Femi, you can watch a video from the current American ambassador to Sierra Leone, Mr. Hunt, where then they ask him about the November 26th incident, and there's a dialogue going on with the APC and government and other international bodies.
So I think it's critical that we keep the investigation separate from the dialogue.
You know, so let me know when you're ready. So we'll get for a separate program on that.
Before you play that film, I'll just read a few comments then on YouTube where I think it will make sense if we come to that particular statement there. Mr. Walker said Bio is no fool. He know how to work a crowd and says things to different audiences at different times. Then Bravo say the US have interest in Sierra Leone, and also Bravo say I have 3 letters for Bio CIA, which means the CIA in America is likely, as you say, the US have interest in Sierra Leone, and with the the statement we come out from the current US ambassador to Sierra Leone, we just take up office about a couple of months before or after the election season.
Right, a few months ago, I think in August or September.
Yeah. And then Sheku says several people have been unlawfully killed by just dissenting expression their views about the difficult economic situation going on in the country. Then Sue come back and say, can the president be impeached, as this is too much for our people now? So yeah, these are very serious questions asked, and I think as a civil Sierra Leonean, whether it is inside Sierra Leone or not, you will be able to raise some of these concerns because it's very important for me to begin highlight some of the things there. So, but let's listen to the message and see exactly what's in the current ambassador to Sierra Leone from America say.
So I think it's critical that we keep the investigation separate from the dialogue and the agreement, because the two things are very different trajectories. There is a judicial process that is going on to find out who was responsible for November 26th. Whoever was involved in that needs to be held accountable under Sierra Leonean law. They broke the law. There is no question about that. Anyone who supported them, financed them, broke the law. And those people need to be held accountable. I do not believe that what happened on November 26th reflects the position of the opposition here in Sierra Leone. I don't believe that any legitimate political actor in Sierra Leone would back what happened on November 26th. If individuals did so, they did so in their individual capacity. They should be held accountable in their individual capacity. This is not an excuse for walking away from the dialogue and the agreement, because the vast majority of the opposition, the vast majority of those on the government side as well, are committed to seeing national unity move forward, are committed to a democratic political process, and abhor what happened on November 26th the same way that all of us do. So I think we need to be very clear that when we talk about the investigation for November 26th, we're talking about investigating and holding accountable individuals for their individual actions. Sierra Leone does not believe in collective punishment, nor does the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. So we do not punish a political party or any organization for the individual actions of its members.
But don't you think...
Thank you so much, Femi, for that. And this video, obviously, it's a credit to African Young Voices, AYV Television, because now them platform, the Ambassador Bindewe do this interview. Guys, so what's your take on this?
To me, I was fortunate to listen to the entire interview, and I think this extract of the interview we possibly get means a lot, because voting don't happen within the past couple of weeks immediately after the supposed coup d'etat we fail, according to the government of Sierra Leone. It means APC as a political party needs to bring back all the loyal APC prisoners then we escape prison back to Pademba Road prison before they're able to sit down and get a dialogue of discussion for move the dialogue with them we don't previously agreed to. According to the ambassador in statements, it's clear cut, not just because of voting in the say, but an ongoing dialogue should not be affected by an incident which happened in Sierra Leone on November 26. So every finger has been pointing towards APC as a political party in terms of what has happened on November 26. Should that be correct or should that not be correct? Let's say, for argument's sake, a political party is being indicted for crimes being committed by its members. I'm just saying, I'm not saying they are members or they are not members. I don't know who all of these guys are. But does it necessarily mean if you're from a family of lawyers, you're definitely a lawyer yourself? No. It necessarily means, say, if a serial killer is being born within a family, every member of that family becomes a serial killer? No. Does it necessarily mean if I am working alongside Juma and Juma is supposed to be a womanizer, does that make me a womanizer? No. So, the question of the ambassador to America is simple. We have an ongoing dialogue and investigations pending in some of the other statements that we make. If there are substantial evidence based on the investigation of the government of Sierra Leone, they should be able to provide it and let due process take its course. So, why would you want to terminate an agreement that has nothing to do with the November 26 incident? Because the November 26 incident, if some of the excuses of Chief Minister towards Dr. Richard Conte, where we all hear it clearly, and we see where he puts in post, we then go back and forth with some of the dialogue, then we possibly see it a request that Dr. Richard Conte get the list, now possibly provide that list of prisoners of political arrest that are already in Pandemba Road prison that have escaped. So make him go back to that list there and check all the one and way in no sitting at the list and ask them for come back na Pandemba Road prison before the dialogue continues. Apparently, we have about 1,000+ prisoners them at large right now in Sierra Leone, where officially, right up to 2 weeks ago, I only know say now about 200 to 300 inmates don't decide for return back to Pandemba Road prison. So we have over 1,000+. Now, you tell me who that in responsibility that for make sure say all those prisoners are returned back to Pandemba Road prison where they possibly belong. That is one question. Two, what's in the mandate of a political party where get prisoners them within a Pandemba Road prison where possibly they part of the people and we then let out, not to escape, they escape initially, or they let them out of prison. They did not break their way out of prison. They were let out of Pandemba Road prison, whether willingly or not. they moved out and they were pushed to move out of the Pademba Road prison itself. So, would I give Chief Minister that mandate they for say, una go bring can the people and we una no say they na on a list. We don't escape na Pademba Road prison break. Una bring them come back na Pademba Road. Then we go can begin forget a dialogue. Hello? Now I make the last time I talk say I don't know who sign in studio. But you know we get our guts there for make statement like that na America who sign is study. Because then go just struck them off. But anyway, with what we know, with what you know, with what the international observers and communities they're waiting as alone know, is possibly different from what in the interpret to the people the way they listen to them. Because we need to listen to them because we don't know what they talk. So according to the US ambassador in statement, every investigation where they go on with this particular November 26 incident is individual-based investigation. You should not lay hands on organization based on those individuals' activities that they actually executed. So it is an investigation on individuals. We decide for take up this particular move and say they want to do ABCD. So in that regards, it not gets no link whatsoever connected to the dialogue with international and national Sierra Leoneans and international observers. Then agree say we forget a 3 month, 6 month, whatever the time slot is for come together and get a recommendation after the dialogue discussion and move forward with that recommendation. So basically, that discussion has been put on hold. I don't know whether it don't kickstart back again, but so far so good. There has been a stalling point where they're able for move go forward because the government in power refused for attend the day where the investigation for resume about a day or two where the November 26 incidents happened. But guess what? November 27 people went back to work. So why would you not continue a dialogue that is already on progress? So basically, if you can go back to work, it means the November 26 incident has not deterred you to go back to work. So what will make the November 26 incident for deter you for engage in a dialogue that is already pending, ongoing? So it's just a clarification of the ambassador in statement say, now we put together this dialogue, not all now, but we all don't we agree, say, these are the circumstances of the dialogue and it should continue until we get to the end and we make recommendations. So if una they think under una own circumstances say this dialogue not for go ahead, you can do that, but it is at your own risk because it is an ongoing process with nothing enough for stop. So for make you see the ambassador to America, we just resume office, or we just take over office about 5-6 months ago, or a couple of months immediately after the election, after the Salon government don't slam the previous organ, they say, you don't know what he talk about. He's not a true representation of a Sierra Leonean. So in statement no matter. So in statement no matter. Then this is the second person who now we don't make possible or possibly a very strong statement of continue, not to negotiation, of continue dialogue with government institutions, civil societies, non-governmental organizations, religious leaders, tribal heads, members of parliament, political leaders, and stakeholders within Sierra Leone for get a discussion and find a way forward for the incident of the 2023 June election results where they all disagree with. I don't know what's in their particular bunch of Sierra Leoneans then gets at the back of their mind, though, but the dialogue is an ongoing process that should be completed within 6 months. If that 6 months can elapse, they haven't come to any kind of conclusion or recommendation, we might not know what is going to be the next move from the international communities or from the people that we decide to put this dialogue together. We don't know what will be the impact or what will be the realistic, possibly punishment for Sierra Leone as a country, or maybe for the people that we feel for execute the dialogue according to what they agree. So that's my take, Juma. But I listened to the entire interview, and it also make few more other recommendations them of what's in the investigation for be like, what's in they expect, if there are evidences of any kind of allegations or accused individuals, then go and face the true law of what in Sierra Leone stand for that kind of crime we then commit, as long as they have evidence to back up their accusations. Then the courts go get for look into all those evidences and possibly make a decision. If you are found guilty, you suffer the consequences. If you're not found guilty, you will be let go free. So that's
right. Okay, so before the care family guys, I've just a smile just now. We talk about say people return to work. Laminba say on November 27, the First Lady celebrated her birthday.
Well, the same November 27. No, Lieutenant Day. Yeah. True.
So I just want to plug that in. Yes, Femi, over to you. What's your take on the statement from the U.S. Ambassador to Sierra Leone?
Hi, Juma.
Yes, sir.
You hear me clearly?
Loud and clear, sir.
Loud and clear. Okay, so
I don't know if Nadiboku Kasada if it's not salute, but you can with your voice and you loud and clear, you sharp, crisp, everything, eloquent, all things. Yeah.
I love you too, my brother. Unlike
I love you.
Unlike that other one, we acting about that some more.
I know.
You know, we were that I don't know if now red or orange or who's kind of color cappy and anyway, no. Like T-Boy, I had the honor for listening to the full speech of the ambassador, the current ambassador to Sierra Leone from America. And first of all, I want to give kudos to AYV, the listeners them. Well, to AYV in particular, we put the show together. We invite the man for camp, but I really and truly, you will not hear the full version. Please go search for it on AYV and listen to the full version. The reason why I want to say kudos to the listeners, because the ambassador is a diplomat. You could tell that he was walking on eggshells. He makes certain statements them, but he got pushed by the listeners them where they open up Q&A. Juma, some of the statements them we come in, and some of the questions that we come in force Sam into making the statement there. So it should say really and truly the people of Sierra Leone aren't happy. You know, these most of them calls and they didn't come from statements, and they not come from people within the diaspora where they say with the Pamboko talk. A lot of them were people in country, and the statements where they make then say for some of the things where they don't hear, the ambassador made a couple of statements say the people of Sierra Leone not the US concerned with their opinion, and he stated that everything from his perspective were going according to plan and everything was rosy in Sierra Leone. Don't quote my words. But then when he was pushed by the questions that came in, I think he realized people are a little bit more clued up, and then they listen and then they pay close attention to waiting been at the country. Now that same day he actually came out and made he makes some statements where I think he say on a few times say my belief. He kept on saying that. So obviously it don't pull himself away from possibly the US narrative. You know, he said my belief, and even when the short clip who talks back, he talk and the back say in belief say certain then tells they be. He believed that they pushed him to the points for talk, but the current house arrest with the former president Uganda, and he said it there that he didn't name names, but he said that he doesn't believe that the APC or the opposition party, I think he put it, were to be held accountable. He said majority of them don't want these type of things in Sierra Leone. And as I say, he said this after he was pushed by the amount of questions and comments about what he had said previously. So I urge all of you guys go listen. Listen attentively, because there's certain things that he stated that you guys will question, but there are other things that I think say he come in and make some good points. So there's arguments on both sides of the divide. I did some forums them with some people, and they use different snippets them from in conversation for highlights, say the governments are doing well and will they pass this MCC report, and other people will they use some of the same clip and they for castigate the government on what's happening currently. So my thing is go away and listen to the full statement then we demand himself see on AYV.
Thank you so much, Femi Tibo. I'll make a friend Tem for listening to the statement. I've not had the opportunity to listen to the full version, but if I base my conversation on this extract where we see so, you see, people don't understand how some people, or maybe the government, is refusing to understand how the West operates, particularly the United States. And they dig you your hole for you self without knowing. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Yeah, the man not tell you, say, then they against rule of law. That is standard practice. When you hold somebody for something or accuse somebody for something, you get that person there is innocent until proven guilty. That's one. Secondly, in cases like this, cases of treason, murder, and things like that, you have any criminal, anything we get criminal offense panel and charges, you have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. Not only the person where they go defend himself, not to get the burden, no. The burden is on you where they prosecute. Now you get for can bring the evidence for sure and prove beyond all reasonable doubt, say indeed this person is guilty. We have highlighted issues here. And we mentioned some of the things stated here on a previous program. I think it was 2 weeks ago, right? On with two past programs then. Firstly, the Minister of Information and Civic Education, the statements the way they make and comment the way that they make, 1. 2, statement the way the Chief Minister make, and 3, we highlighted from the day where this November 26 incidents happened. We first program what we do, we call the president to account why the president for prematurely point fingers if then they already not don't prejudice the case, because to the international community, you boldly accuse the opposition party. And we say that is wrong. We make so many analogies now, so for sure, including for in the president bill that you attended both school. Does that mean if one person at both school thief bread, that means say una all na both school na una the thief bread, now na both school people and na thief man and then the
yes,
thief.
I pass on me, Papa.
Okay, you see, Tibo don't pull in Papa day because he believes saying Papa not a thief bread. You understand what I mean? But now they talk about every both school person. So would you feel comfortable if your parent, your relation, your family member, and you that attended both school, if they accuse them saying a thief man them? Now, is that true? That's the first question. If President Bio they so he in welfare and in picking the all the lock the inside room. Somebody can tell them say all the witch inside our soul. He go gladdy for that? No, he don't go gladdy for that. So we warn against trying to paint a picture. And again, it comes back to what we have said before. This is a pattern. It's not new. When the so-called prison break, was it in 2021 or 2020? April 29. Around that, 2020 or
2021.
2021, April 29.
Yeah, 2021.
Then the statement, what he come with, he say the APC then are terrorists. You label them. August 8, 9, and 10 incidents happen. You link them to the opposition, and the the Minister of Foreign Affairs then, David Francis, do a 45-minute presentation to the international community and say na APC they behind that, and they use arms and ammunition. Go for to the extent for use fake pictures for present, just for convince them, say the APC and the protesters, they are so violent. Adebayo, they talk, yanda. The man don't talk, say, me not to APC. He don't tell us, I'm not belong to APC. By force, the president to the government to, then they force, they say APC for denounce Adebayo. We don't see this incident don't happen again. The first thing we then jump into, after the president say, they don't catch all the culprits there. But, see, boy, be asked a question earlier. The chief of defense staff and the military spokesman. The military spokesman said not to coup. The chief of defense staff said there is no way they can tie this to former President Nkrumah. He took him blatantly. But that did not stop you guys to force him and other APC people that want to go and cage, go harass, this, that, and bring camp, including the Inspector General of Police. They boldly say the president, the former president, nobody's in a suspect panic. Just because sometimes you get people that will be served in security detail, where when I don't push on exile for over 5 years, they were out there. Let's say they're not even there on exile, sir. How many times we don't see somebody where in security detail, they're not loyal to them, then they can overthrow them or plan a coup against them? So many times, right?
Yeah, but so, the current president is the same thing.
Exactly. He wasn't loyal to him, boss.
Yeah, exactly. So
they plan a coup against him. So does that mean say because they've been served by the president, the former president in security detail, means say they are, the president, the former president know if, let me say, if the allegation is true that they were planning anything, or because they carry ABC membership card, that means it. So now two things the president, the ambassador talk about now. One, it's right for tell people and say, me they tell us the opposition don't get nothing for do this. And that was a blatant statement that he made. You know, mincing words at all. You know, so it was direct with his statement. He said they don't get nothing for do with this. Deal with people as individuals. One thing where he say, and it remind people and the government categorically say the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where Sierra Leone is signatory to. Now you certainly don't begin quote for now international law. Now you don't begin bring come into the face for say, if you do this, when the term reach, if Salon law not catch you, international law they catch you. Then a person, and even quote you Salon law, say Salon law not believe in collective punishment.
Yeah.
They say all buckets get in bottom.
All man for stopper.
Exactly. All man
for make you not can jog gum.
Exactly. All man for fate for all man for fate for an 8 leg foot cover.
And I so when they say first for you 8 leg you foot leg you pot cover.
Exactly. So Salon not believe in collective punishment. So he stated that. And secondly, he came to the agreement and communicate. He said this not for stop any other thing will be done to happen. You know mean say because rain they come, una need to cook now, study day. Now lie. The
carry the fire pot go to the veranda.
Thank you very much. You must come.
This book they can't go inside the pala.
Opadi man, during Revo January, Sitwe Femi mentioned, so when they fire bullet, they bring I all side. Bruh. Man, then they go begin cook. When they fire tape us, we left, we go one go inside.
Then they told the boss go inside. When they left the boss, you want to when I can't told the boss
They
go.
go inside. That means so they told the boss, because if you not told the other person, they can't carry pot.
Exactly.
We go when the place don't quiet to cow, put back, we continue for cook. You see, so things does not stop because disagreement then at the host. They all still get for run. But this is what the SLPP does not understand or are refusing to understand. Femi, I see you, Siano. Good to laugh. Femi, they try for catching breath. But in essence, is to show that Sierra Leone is not alone. They get for rich. Iraq, I call her Libya.
They think too much, Juma.
Gambia, Liberia, other places where we don't get powerful men. Powerful men. They will even feel say they're untouchable. Then them not get for rich. They want them small. I think it's a small piece 918.
And it's so drugs, feminine drugs.
Right.
Then get a create what this feminine. I make anything bad.
You know.
Actually, nine is so bid.
Oh, that's what they say, Bedo. I mean, I'm a cool piece, Nanny.
So people are paying attention. And before Femi came in, we can also be the time for gathering thoughts. President Bill did something that he thought was in his favor. But he will never get away with that. The Americas, the United States in particular, knock not the left hand.
Hey, don't defend them, Palava.
He come na their own soil and accuse them, point finger upon them, and challenge them. Not just accusation, but he challenged them. For say they're not able to do nothing, and then go interfere into Sierra Leone politics, and then they're not able to get proper democracy in their country. But they expect they expect Salone when a young country forget a perfect democracy. Hey, we be one. In America, knocking left panel.
Jumala says Sue goodbye quick. Thank you very much, Sue, for being with us. I know say 2024 will be a year where we glass the whole go full. We make sure say yourself you glass them full with enough champagne. And tell the kids say definitely we wish them a happy 2024 and make enough forget for make them go the watch we every other week whilst they come on. Because the Creole
go Japan.
The Creole then the land so many not go interpret that credit at school because that way we last talk in a small piece the soak because that is not so clear for picking. But anyway, thank you very much, you. And I think say before you go, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Sierra Leone media team. I know say you on time right now, a different time compared to we, but we hope for see you back time soon. And you also highlight one question where you ask, are we going to resume maybe on a Friday for see what's not the time difference for you with Japan? We'll consider that and see exactly what you will come up with for 2024. So every element of our suggestion they will take on board and we will come up with a very strong conclusion. We at least could satisfy not everybody, but at least the majority of you guys. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, over to you, Femi.
Juma, Abua asks say we talk about not the left part America. Then it just remind me of one scene with them talk. I want make Tibo help me with but coach and Pamine bottle.
They say coach were like in inside Pamine bottle they go.
And the other one they then crew they can see what then they say that all way not a yerishi na stone. They say stone go broke ways.
So yeah, so you know, the ambassador talk other thing them. You know, you mentioned the MCC reports just now,
right?
And you know, it say Salome do well in 2022 because it said this report was actually based on results from 2022. Then we wait for see waiting go happen na the election for make the rubber stamp this deal also. It say but they're not glady with what happened at the election. You know, I think say it's stopping safe short for calling the election something we're not credible. But basically, he said that in many ways. That make us say, I wish una go listen to them. He say, you know, they are here for the people of Sierra Leone. He say that the people then will, the MCC reports they go after, because that they show continuous democracy and improved democracy. So if you read into it, they try for see that the election will we get in June 2023 wasn't free and fair. He said England though say the two parties and don't come together for find a way forward. So what happen in 2022 no go happen at the next election. So as I say, you know, in many ways he's saying that the current administration did not provide us with the necessary things that we will need for go into a free and fair election, and post-election were found wanting. If me interpret for what he say at that point today, and in which say this new what's in column with a non-form, this new task force with a non-form, which I think is headed by the vice president, which I don't understand how that for be, but let take council no more.
The
election review go address them and go put things in straight for the next election, so we not go get repeat. So basically, they talk to the 5th election. Who said two day for talk, and I make them the all the MCC. The money we for long gets from the MCC. Now make them the old dandy until they see better come up how they do. So it's I say una go listen, make una own judgment, because all man interpret the way they see me I try for look objectively, and as he said the man was being very diplomatic until the point where they begin push him, and then he came out and said a little bit more. And I just want to point out so you know, and so you know what I eat.
And one thing where, you know, this just don't vindicate a platform like Sierra Leone Media. That's what we've been saying before. We preempted and predicted this outcome, and we won, not so, and advice. Say if we not do them things here, not plan for rig, and if we not rig the election, not this time for happen. We highlighted all this. I'm not trying to take praise here, but I'm just saying that if President Bio in government, they may just listen to Sierra Leone Media and when they don't talk, they can talk now, they don't comment, they don't make. This number for don't save them all this hassle within they go through. You know, but they just did not listen. So that's why we go to bed, we sleep at peace for say we're doing justice to Sierra Leone. We're not doing things because we hate President Bio or members of his government or SLPP or we are pro-APC or not. That is not the issue here. But the reality is things are not happening the way they're supposed to happen by law and in every standard we expect, you know, under any, you know, normal human existence. It's not happening. So just a quick one for Sierra Leoneans about this MCC money. Let people understand a little bit how the US they operate. The money is not for President Bio or members of his government. It's for the people of Sierra Leone. But the people are waiting they entrust that America dollar that they earn, America taxpayers their money. They want to make sure say you're not somebody who credible, you're not somebody where they live by the books. So you get to satisfy certain conditions. So they're not going to stop the money, not delay, then they delay. Then they delay because they not trust, say, these governments could use the money in the interest of Sierra Leoneans. And then your money within the give, now for the people of Sierra Leone. And we have said this several times, say, be a president for Sierra Leoneans, form a government that will have a Sierra Leonean outlook, form a government that will work for Sierra Leoneans, not to the few people them where you choose for go tell, say, then don't they against you 1 term, 2 term, the third one, then will live for tell the story. No. That's not how it works. You will make all the propaganda, but it will come back to bite you. The Minister of Information called 98.1, say let them stop the former US ambassador for talk for do a program. This one, now mistake they make. They thought, because you know, so this one been go try for warm up to everybody. Now be like a new diamond, you know, so they go for stab in gun, in perfume, in clothes clean and all that thing and they. So maybe they talk more diplomatic way, blah blah blah. They try for warm up to everybody. The government be even begin praise and then begin reference for things where they do. So that I made them get confidence. Okay, go do this interview. I'll need finger this interview. I tell you they don't go whap them. So now I'm not sure they will allow him to go the privilege to do an interview anymore in Sierra Leone. However,
Juma,
left by Mekanai.
Sima, they asked what's in New Diamond Lake.
New Diamond. Simba, tell me about New Diamond where don't reach in perfume, they spray at the coffin, in clothes, all things clean. Even the coffin, but not touch it. So it proud where it they go and show off. But they maybe only done the 10, 15 years when I so bone. Yes. They just watch and I say, no worry. The time go reach you go understand. So now so the ambassador, wait, come be see man, it all over the place. He go up like this cassava leaf.
This cassava leaf, it is which goes cassava,
Yes, but now I don't understand what's up.
They take him on a tour guide to Bones Island. They can't go Pujaung.
Yes.
Well, they can't get chieftaincy, but then they wait for us.
And they wait for us. And you know one interesting thing? You know, say na MBO, now they attend the same university. Now the same university they attend.
Not to the same university. Oh.
No, not the same. They are two na American university they attend. He's a product of
not to the same university. Oh.
I say that the same university they attend. So now that one I think President MBO, we don't have hope say this why so that will go both school. Both school people. I forget. So they were the loyalty not to both school.
They don't expand the both school clan. Eh?
They forget. If you say this are both school cabal, they are a slippery slope customer then. Because the guy will come first, he make 1 or 2 blunder that in America call her home, they whap her. That is like, okay, I'm here to do a job.
I don't care for guys cassava leaf.
Yes, but somebody said the man go eat Gary Gon soup or then give the man Gary Gon soup. And I'm gonna say. Anyway, so here, yes, Femi, go ahead.
Juma, yes, he mentioned he eats Gary Gon soup. He mentioned say put boku pepper. He like the lily. He say like the what do you call them? The
Did the guy fish?
No, he say he like the pepper. The I don't forget how he puts them. And they talk about the lily pepper them. No, he said the lily pepper. He like them puts on the intelligent chef. Now chef cook am for them. It's a nice chef cook am for intelligent chef, but for put some make it spicy.
No, in the posh Gary Gon soup that they make for.
Person a chef now they make up for her.
I tell you, if I don't go Kuta, they go make up for her.
If they not for in a doff cut, the water alone.
The man for understand, Gary Gon soup now inside plastic bag now will be the
I tell you, if you're not for in a doff cut, the water alone for the stain you white.
So this is the situation. And America, like I said, knock me left on them. You know, you go, and there is not. I don't know if it's a mistake or this government just they try for use propaganda. America get more intelligence on you than you think they know. Because when you they volunteer information to them freely, and then they find out, they have their researchers, they have their people, they have their CIA people, just like how somebody mentioned also, you know, that does their job for them. So they have more information on you than you think. And there's another thing as well, where, yeah, Tibo, so 1 second. One more thing where happened recently in the last 1.5 weeks. We saw 2 presidents in Africa went on a few hours visit to Sierra Leone before this interview. The Ghanaian president and the Senegalese president go in a salon, go get closed door meeting with President Bio, and go to former President Kuma and go get a meeting with him and then come out. When you see president then begin go like that, is to go on, then a messenger there. So what usually the West do, well, you know, things say that they interfere, then they send people away and you come around or can't talk to you. Remember what happened in Gambia, right? Where Jammeh congratulates them later, he come out, he say they accept the result. They sent who? They sent President Kuma for Column, they sent Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and few other people then for go talk to them. We want Tawa, Senegal then carry troops them take to the border inside Gambia, at the bridge they Engande. That's what happens. Charles Taylor, and they highlighted, let people understand how the West operates. Charles Taylor, now the West make and put and they're ready for him. Then Bell and they send Nabi Obasanjo that time day. Is it Obasanjo? I think it was Obasanjo. They send them a Bell and say, hey, can Nigeria, can Sidoya.
No, na Ghana I been there. He go for some conference for presidents them na Ghana. So na Ghana I dey, na they the warrant of his arrest come out. So he phoned, he phoned military, I mean, he phoned other dignitaries there because Obasanjo na in confirm say, come no more, you'll be safe here.
You're safe now, yeah. Because they want for go and come out inside it. So this is just this all now we highlight this because a lesson. When they talk to you, listen. The people of Sierra Leone then swear and cry in order for them to go. They go tell, but they must. Let's forget all of that. If you stand apart, say you rig more elections, you didn't have past 20 years. You have for commodity. What happens to you? Your kids, your family members, the people that mean something to you. Because no matter how you do, you must get one person who means something to you. What will happen to those people? Charles Taylor, they got 50 years. Yeah, Jammeh on exile na Equatorial Guinea. If you say no go out for the past na Gambia within Kaftan and long Tasabia say the men AIDS. You know, and it's an assembly they challenge the West, talk all kind of rubbish talk there. They say, okay, payday go come. So, anyway, let's go back to you, T-Boy and Femi. Let's try for roundup. I think we don't do justice for today's review, end of year review.
I think I just want to highlight a few comments on YouTube where we get from Mr. Walker. Then they ask serious questions, and the question they really ask na question that we will not go able for answer now, but we'll look at them. Bravo, they say this show is really good with cold ginger beer. Then Mr. Walker asked a question to the management. Do you think that maybe in the future this particular show can come on 2 times a week? Because I'm asking this question because sometimes events happen and we, the audience, we like your take on the events. So basically, what will be commentary on events that will go happen if it happens subsequently within the week twice. So basically, Mr. Wakadi asked if we can able for come twice a week. And also, Bravo say, as long as Bio in power, nothing will change. And Mr. Walker say, Bravo team, but APC are just as bad. I think we need something new, something fresh. So basically, these are just few comments that we did the Facebook, but we don't get a huge collaborative discussion between Sue, Mr. Walker, Bravo, and yeah, from those three individuals. Peter been there with me earlier on, but it go, we communicate that much now the group again. But we've been having constant communication between these three people. We are free to say they ask me a lot of questions about time, when we go able for readjust with time for maybe suits some of the people that wait in our odd times compared to we own time now. So those are the comments, and I think like you say, no more, don't do justice to the show for tonight. And I can enjoy you waking the preach. T-boy, this show now 2 hours no more you do for.
I tell you. But imagine how we able for do 2 hours where you see Mr. Walker and they ask, say, for more days. You see, there are lots of issues and events for cover. That sometimes is a challenge.
Well, now I can say, now you already say T-boy, this show now for 2 hours no more. But on a very serious note, we wish we'll be able to come on every other day. Because when I looked at the amount of shows that we have done for 2023, is over 100 plus. And this now because we're not even as much consistent like we used to be a couple of years ago. So again, they apologize for that because we have to face a huge amount of challenges in our own various different capacities with other things they get involved in, where they take that individual time they come and talk to. Now, we'll not for say, when I want to be more online, we'll try as much as possible for 2024 for at least make it regularly every other week. If we have to do twice a week, they will think about doing twice a week. But I will not say Sierra Leone Media. Juma, you won't guarantee that? Or neither Femi?
When you done, I'll make a comment.
Okay. So basically, on behalf of myself, me now, Mr. Minoboto, I will try as much as possible for we push yourself for make we forget at least 2 shows a week, depending on the time of what you want to do within that 2 weeks day. But the easier you make not can come on like twice a week, because except if anything will happen different from what happened yesterday or today, because we're not on time for the repeat ourselves for saying the same thing, but the narrative, the way they go around, it can be different from what we possibly look at, and we can want for take we own time and deep down into the investigations of some of the things that they happen before we can sit down, we discuss them. Because we know how can discuss something just because it's trending. Trending, yes, it makes sense, but at the same time, if we don't have facts around those discussions where we can be able to sit down and talk about, we're not able to just talk about something just because it is trending. Not only can we actually look for, we look for the facts and evidence based on the discussion the way they get, because we want to make proper references, them proper narratives, then we will know for say these are credible narratives, these are credible references, these are the things that we possibly should be talking about, because it makes so much sense. It not just benefits an individual, but it benefits the audience and the people of Sierra Leone. So now that's not the thing where we don't bank on as the principles of what we want to do on social media. Again, it's nothing that we choose to do last year or 5 years ago. We've been doing this for the past 15, 20 years. So it is not new to us, and we don't maintain that kind of credibility from 20 years back, and we still able to maintain and right up to date. That is why I think we have dedicated followers and we follow we. To be honest, it's not about the rating. It's about the content of what we put out there and how people in they refer and reference and respect what we do. So we'll try as much as possible for maybe come twice a week. But like I say, the challenges that we will face with is so plenty. But we'll try the best we can for satisfy the audience them. We know for say on our miss we a lot, because when we bump into now once in a while on the road with London, we get that kind of discussion there on a regular basis. Hey, what happened? I know they come again, we know they soon again. On a discussion and very educative, would they make we learn and share memories then we possibly we don't go through in life. I would say between what 3 right now 150 years. But anyway, that's another fault of discussion. And that experience, it relates to a huge amount of the audience they read online. So Now that's not some of the reasons we make we get a very good interaction with Una, and Una they get on with we, because we not just they talk about issues in Sierra Leone, but we also relate at some point in our lifetime growing up in and out of Sierra Leone. So that now what I go on for say Juma, and that's gonna be my last word for today's program. I want to say thank you to everybody for watching. I want to say thank you to the YouTubers. Continue for subscribe to the program. Continue for subscribe to the page. We might introduce the website next year and make them very effective and interactive. So when I go back there and see some of the few things they already do when are they within the main community domain where they talk about stuff them on social media, either Facebook or YouTube. So once more, we wish you a Merry Christmas. We don't pass, and we hope say 2024 will be a new beginning for New Sierra Leone, which me and you possibly can't predict, but we hope for the best. So thank you guys. Over to you, Juma.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Femi.
Yeah, so you hear me okay? So I want comment on, you know, within the comments and way Mr. Walker sent. Mr. Walker, boy.
Yes, correct.
Yes, so Mr. Walker say why, you know, we know they come in, you know, more, you know, twice a week or, you know, additional times. We tried that several times, you know, it hasn't been easy, what we've been doing. We begin to in 2020, now begin to regularly on a weekly basis. Before that, we don't do the so streaming and stuff them since 2014, I believe. So we know we had a lot of experience, and when lockdown reached, where people be need a bit of help and, you know, we need for get some time engaged, we decide for go on this regular platform who can create so we and Una the listeners them. After lockdown, we've all gone back to our various different occupations them, so it makes things harder, you know, and we are self-funded. We're self-funded for which we do so, and not to just which we do so. We do a lot of community activities them. We again majority of is not paid for. So for able for put all the entities together cost money. For put all the entities together cost time, you know, and resources now money and time. And because we not get anybody with the provide any for we get for literally fund them from we own pockets them. So coming on multiple times a week means say the work they will for go work and for go bring the money we go help we for maintain this platform and for better the platform we will not be able to get if we're here regularly. It would be nice. We would love to broadcast every day. One of our aims and objectives a few years ago was to create a radio and an online, I think we call it a radio station, but it was never a radio, it was TV station where we go to broadcast 24/7. Even if not all the program they will be live, but some of them will be pre-recorded. But we wanted to be live. We wanted to be on air or online regularly. But for make that the happen, even if we know the produce them program, then they will get for go source them program in day and then send the cost money. So we're here because we're limited by the amount of money within our pockets them. We would love to do all them various things here, so but we truly can't. We go try for become more regular. We go try for add a day here and there, and if something really truly important happen, we go try for broadcast. When the riots, if I can call and then they happen in 2022, we President Bio called riots, you know, it was a demonstration, but we were all at work that day. We all left, we woke them early and came home, and we started a broadcast literally half an hour after we got home, to ensure say we communicate to Una the people and we possibly might not be in town, or if Una day in town safe, Una day in in at home because we're not afraid for going to treat for know what's happen. So things like that they happen, we promise we go do the utmost best for come on, but it's not always possible that we can literally drop other things that we're doing to come online, because this is a non-paid for platform. So wait till they ask on for do now for just share we program for we help we get more viewers them. You know, we never know which in Dandy go bring cam to do tomorrow, but at the moment we're self-funded, and this is at the moment possibly the best we can do. Over to you, Juma.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Femi and T-Boy. I think, you know, we don't do well today. I want to tell all the viewers there, both on YouTube and Facebook platforms, thank you for weather this storm with we throughout the year. And we hope, say, 2024 will be a better year for we all, both on the platform as well as in the individual lives and for the country. You know, because if we get well body with the progress, then it becomes more interesting to have a conversation that we would get now. So Tibo and Femi obviously don't talk about the challenges they would get for being consistent in the broadcast. Like he stated, before now during COVID, sometimes we do programs about 5 times a week, including the community activities. Then sometimes they will not sleep, because they do burying them, maybe 2 or 3 burying them for community for free, because they get loved ones them all over the world. We want to see how the burying they go, but they're not present there. Or go do weddings and other activities, other community activities. Again, we will still do maybe 2 programs a day at the same time as well. So we've been trying, we don't put in the man hours, and that notwithstanding, we will continue like then, so the devise new strategies. Maybe the new year, even if we not see all of we 3 na the same platform, maybe there's a possibility for let we do monologue programs as well, even if they are not as long as this. That's a possibility we're looking at as well. You know, for do a monologue program, we will get to now on, do a phone-in program, alone a talk as well, and all of that kind of thing. So we'll get different strategies. Femi is here, is overthinking. If we watch, we see the different style they would get every week, Sierra Gem Media, they change on how things then they happen. You see, it just don't put me one grain. Put with 3 back, put with 3 back, put with 3 back. You see, it just don't put with 3 back. So you see all this now, some kind of pattern the way Femi they pull for let the thing become enticing. Term get for ritual they begin future una self na the program, not to voice so, but una face them as well. They merge una into the programs then. So all of that is coming. So now make we get for the watch, we get for the begin ready for the dress proper. You know, like you go CNN and all of that. So they were too, they do now CNN, BBC, they all they do. You understand? So, but when the money come, we will left all we work the what they do and dedicate to this full time. So definitely we promise us we will make the platform a better platform. We will bring on more relevant content, because that's what matters most, and let we all engage in the conversation, because it's not about us. We don't want to be the talking heads. We want to be a platform that is engaging, because here we believe it's African stories told by Africans, not African stories told by Sierra Gem Media. No, it's about us Africans. So it's a people's platform. So I want to say thank you to Una, and God bless Una wherever you are and whatever you do. And please, 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 one favor I would ask of Una. Una continue for share and subscribe, because if you subscribe, then if we do exclusive and real-time programs, and then you will forget the alert. But if you not subscribe, then it's not possible. Right now, we're about almost 30,000 on Facebook. The number is growing on YouTube. This is not about subscribers, but the viewership, we don't get viewers over 1 million viewers, for more than begin broadcast today. But thanks to Una, we could not have done it without Una. So thank you. Stay blessed. And Sierra Gem Media, they wish you a happy new year and hope for see you now.
To my correction, we reach 1 million viewers inside the first 3 months of broadcast in 2020.
Exactly.
So we don't pass Dandy by far. But we
far.
get, when we checked last week, we had 29,400 followers on 29,400 followers on Facebook, and we had YouTube sent we congratulations, so we've been now reached the 5,000 subscriber number. So we want to thank you guys, the owner, this supports we, because it's not just about us, it's about us, including you guys, because without you we wouldn't be here, so we tell you now plenty thank you, and please just keep sharing. There's millions of Sierra Leoneans out there. We would like majority of them for Yeriwe to get for say, and Yeriwe to una se get for say, because this is an inclusive platform. Una message them, we send them, and as Juma say, the plan is to get you guys on the platform more regularly. Thank you
so much. And just for our day, we followers, we not buy you now.
It's organic.
It's all organic. Now una we look, una like we una subscribe, because get people like 1 million, 2 million, but I buy them, they buy followers, or people and they buy followers. So we thank Una very much, and we appreciate Una, and it's the quality that we get together, because now we don't be like family. We can joke, laugh, we meet out there. And please, as T-Boy stated earlier, bring your recommendations. We may not implement it today, but we take it into consideration and use them when we review on how to improve the platform. Okay, so thank you all so much. Stay blessed. We love you, and God bless you all. Good night.
And don't forget, the CAF African Nations Cup is in January, and Sierra Leone Media is going to be there live.
Sierra Leone Media going in Ivory Coast.
Sure, and we will do back end.
They have been in Cameroon.
Yeah, we were in Cameroon, and we were also in Morocco, and we're going to be in Ivory Coast.
And then they are also self-funded as well. It's not been.
It's all self-funded, and the trip to Ivory Coast is a minimum of £2,000. At least it's better than going to Sierra Leone.
That don't the ticket too.
No, you own $4,000, so that's different.
It's faster.
Really? Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's another discussion anyway. But it's just for you guys to know. For Stay With It, I for cover every aspect of social issues in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone. That's not just what we believe in, and we know how for let's go that principle there of what we believe, say, una for be aware of. Yeah. So it's just to add that one in.
All right. Stay blessed. Good night.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, we not die.
Tell God,
thank you for your life. For make sure say you not go salon, because pandemic will they wait you.
Thank you.